morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, everything is okay, right? The noise is okay. The voice, okay. Thank you. Thank you. The opening ceremony will start very soon, so I think I would like everyone to be seated because I think in 5 or 10 minutes the program will start very soon. So before we start the opening ceremony, I would like to talk about this conference. This conference is the joint conference between Asian Transportation Research Society, or ATRANS, and ES. And the objective of this conference is to bring together academia experts and those devising better solutions for increasingly demanding challenge of future potential of resilient and sustainable transportation system. So today you will have a chance to share ideas with experts and academia from various sectors. For example, the private and public sector, as well as academia from academic institution. We are waiting for the chairman of this conference. So today we will be your MC today. I am Vaiput Kulachai and
my name is Putipong Julasikon.
Okay, any interesting program for today?
Yes, I think they're going to be like a speaker that we invited, and they come here to speak about the topics about the transportation system safety today.
And also today in the afternoon we have Dr. Chatrium, right?
Yeah, the Bangkok governor now.
Wow, yeah. He is very popular, right?
Yes.
And I heard that there might be a lot of media come to this event in the afternoon because they would like to make something.
For news report.
News report of Dr. ᴄᴏ. So if everyone ready, you can take a seat. The opening ceremony will start very soon.
Okay, so today we will have a lot of experts, academics, also from government, privates come to join us in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat soon. We will open it soon.
So while we are waiting, so I would like you to tell the information about the program of this conference.
Just to recap the ceremony. So the first session of this morning will be an open session in here in Grand Room, and then we will have 3 speakers from various fields, like from MOT, from ICHAS, and also Minister of Finance, His Excellency Akom ᴄᴏ Riverside. So then the next sections will be the topics about resiliency, sustainability, safety in transportation system in Thailand. And then there will be 4 speakers, right, from many fields like UNESCO, Japan, Asian Indian Regional Office, and then like NESDC. And we will have a break sessions for the afternoon. We go to the topics about the city and mobility in a digital age transportation technology for better Bangkok by Dr. ᴄᴏ. And then we will have following 4 programs from the speaker from the JICA, from PMUC, from Executive Vice President from the Digital Economy Program Agency, and lastly from NECTEC. Then we will have The afternoon, another afternoon, right? Two afternoon sessions. So it will be the four programs. So from the international speaker, and also from a speaker from Chiang Mai University, and also a speaker from Asian Institute of Technology in Thailand. Last two will be a board member of the National Electric Vehicle Policy Committee, and the last person speaker will be those from Smart Mobility Research Center. And we will go to the last two sessions with four speakers from ATRANS, from Asia Pacific Regional Network for Road Safety Thailand, and also Research Director from Transportation and Logistics Policy. Last two will be Executive Director for Information Technology and Communication Center, MOT, and the last one will be Executive Chairman of Safer Roads Foundation from UK. And we will end up with the last session closing ceremony. So this is our roughly program here, and we will recap all audience when the session is coming.
Yeah. And I would like to give you more information about the conference. The 15th ATRANS annual conference will be conducted in English by hybrid methods. So you can will broadcast live stream on Facebook fan page, Asian Transportation Research Society, and also broadcast live stream on Facebook. This is the Facebook of Asian Transportation Research Society, or in Thai language we call สมาคมวิจัยวิทยาการขนส่งแห่งเอเชีย and some people can participate in Zoom meeting, but you have to register online to receive Zoom link. And all guests, invited guests at this hotel are the people who are invited by ATRANS.
We are only here on site because we are invited, so that's the last type of the conference setting up.
Yeah. So please wait a minute. Our chairperson is at the lobby, right? Yep. At the meeting room. It will take around 4 or 5 minutes to start the program. So, any interesting point you would like to give more information on this conference?
We are now at 15, right? ATRANS conference.
Yes, 15.
So from my experience, it's just like I participate only 2 or 3. Is there a newbie one?
Oh, 2 or 3. Okay. Oh, interesting. Because I think I participated in this conference more than 10 times.
Oh, that's
so since ATRANS has been established long time ago, 15 years ago.
So we will quite familiar to many participants here. We have met for many times.
Yes.
And also yesterday was very great. It was like a young researcher forum, and we have a lot of researchers from university in Thailand, in Philippines, also like Vietnam
and Japan.
Come here to present, and they were so good, and we are very delighted. We are having more and more young researchers with great, excellent intelligence here.
I see. It's a pity I cannot come yesterday, so it's a pity I don't have a chance to listen to a very nice research from young students and young academia from various countries.
But if Dr. Wai interested in reading, we can visit in ATRANS website. We will have proceeding of those students, so you can visit their research, read and understand them, and see how they're progressing.
Yeah, great. Some people might ask where is the toilet.
There will be a restroom out there on the left side. So I think everyone have passed that way and see through. But you can visit them. And outside we also have a like coffee break, so you can visit anytime as you need and reserve.
And how about lunch? Okay, for lunch, I think we will inform you later, right?
Yeah, we will check about the lunch, and you will not be hungry. So it's fine. We will introduce you for the lunch and location and place and time.
Yeah.
So we have quite a lot of participants here now.
Okay, attention please on the participant. Please enter the room because we will start the conference in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to be start in 5 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Police Lieutenant Colonel Vaiput Kulachai from Rajapat ᴄᴏ University. And
I am Putipong Jolasikorn from Thammasat University. So we are the ceremony, master ceremony for today, and we are welcome you to the ATRANS conference on the topic of transportation for a better life, resiliency, sustainability, and safety in transportation system.
This conference is aimed at bringing together academia, experts, and those devising better solutions for the increasingly demanding challenge of future potential of resilient and sustainable transportation system.
This conference is joint organized by ATRANS, Asian Transport Research Society, and International Association for Traffic and Safety Science, or ITS.
Firstly, I would like to welcome Dr. ᴄᴏᴰᴇ, Inspector General of Ministry of Transport and Chairperson of ATRANS, to deliver introducing and welcoming message. Dr. ᴄᴏᴰᴇ, please. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Akom Tem Pithiyapisit, Minister of Finance, Mr. Satoshi Kamada, Executive Director of International Association of Traffic and Safety Science, Japan, ATRANS member, distinguished guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of ATRANS, I would like to welcome all of you to the 15th ATRANS Annual Conference. ATRANS has entered into the 15th years of operation since the establishment in 2007. We are continuing our vision to pursue transportation for a better life. This year, ATRANS, in collaboration with International Association of Traffic and Safety Science, Japan, jointly organized the annual conference on the topic of transportation for a better life, resiliency, sustainability, and the safety in transport system. As one of the ATRANS' mission is to provide and promote transport-related researches and turn them into actual implementation to benefit our dynamic society. We have arranged ATRANS Young Researchers Forum back-to-back with this conference in order to provide a broader opportunity to international young researchers and students to present their research outputs and share their knowledge and ideas through paper presentations. Yesterday, ATRANS Young Researchers Forum gave opportunity to 23 papers presented by young researchers from the Philippines, Japan, Vietnam, and Thailand. For this year, this conference is for today's conference, we received honors from actually 3 former Thai transport ministers. One of them is here already. And also, we're going to hear from different topics on the transport-related topics. Also, we're going to hear many renowned guest speakers from 6 different countries. And they are going to accept our invitation to share their thoughts on the resiliency, sustainability, and safety in transport system, on the city and mobility developments, on the environment-related transportation, and on road safety. In total, you are going to hear 19 speakers today. I'm confident that all of us will learn a lot from today, and I hope that all of us won't be too tired at the end of the day today. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, our members and staff have worked enthusiastically and relentlessly in preparing and making this annual conference valuable. We wish to ensure that all our guests and participants will gain from many diverse ideas related to transportation, and hope that you can also use this opportunity to renew the acquaintance with your former colleagues that we haven't seen each other for quite some time, and also to give a platform for network building to make sure that your future generation can start from today. ATRANS will always take steps towards the contribution to the dynamic society through accumulating research and knowledge on transportation and innovation technology, transport, safety, energy, environment, and through providing opportunities to share the outcome of all those working with all of you. Last but not least, ATRANS is greatly in debt to International Association of Traffic and Safety Science for funding ATRANS academic activities. Without their contributions, we wouldn't have come this far. I hope that all of you will enjoy our activities today and pay them forward to become beneficial to all members of the society, not just only in Thailand, and all your country too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. ᴄᴏ for his introductory to our conference today and his warm welcoming message.
Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Satoshi Kamada, Executive Director of ES, to deliver the welcome message. Mr. Kamada, please.
ᴄᴏᴰᴇ. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kamada, Executive Director of IATSS IATS in Japan. As a co-organizer of this conference, I would like to I would like to give you greetings and a short report from Japan. Next page. Next. Okay, thank you. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude to Your Excellency Mr. Archon, Peter Paisit, and all distinguished guests for your attendance in your busy schedules. I would like to thank the many people who participate here and online. And I would also like to express my respect to Dr. Chula Sukmanop and all ATRANS members for their efforts in preparing for this event. I had the opportunity to greet you several times at this meeting in the past. But in 2020 and 2021, I could not travel and participated online. We are very much pleased to be able to come to Bangkok and participate in this event for the first time in 3 years. I'm going to explain current situations of IATS, IATSS, and Japan briefly. Next page. Oh, no. Okay. First of all, what is IATSS, IATS, and what is it doing? Okay. I'm sure some of you participate in this meeting for the first time and do not know IATS at all. IATS is a Japanese academic association on traffic and safety. It is engaged in a variety of activities, such as research, publishing, and awards. And we are proud that IATS maintains a certain presence among Japanese transportation-related organizations. The contributions of 2 founders of Honda Motor Company formed the basis of IATS, but its operation is entirely for the public interest. We have been fully supportive of ATRANS since its inception, and we have strong collaborations with ATRANS, including comprehensive research consignments. I have no time to explain our activities in detail, but this is the list of research projects of this fiscal year. And you can see our activities in English on our website. And IATS Research, our English journal, is open access and published by Elsevier. Currently, we are working to stimulate our activities toward 2024, the 50th anniversary of our foundation. Secondly, I would like to report briefly what is happening in Japan in the midst of COVID-19 and Russian aggression against Ukraine. Economically, there are concerns such as the depreciation of yen, tight energy supply, and increasing trade deficit. But there is no major economic disruption so far. In securing energy for the time being, the restart of nuclear power plants may be increasing importance. I believe rigorous safety regulations, which were introduced after 9/11 disaster will be fully respected. Internationally, the US-China conflict and the situations in Ukraine have strongly influenced the government's position. But domestic politics looks rather stable for the time being. Former Prime Minister Abe was killed last month, but we are very grateful for the condolences from Thailand and many countries. This incident has considerable aftermath, but it has not led to a major turmoil so far. With regard to COVID-19, many people now feel they should live with the virus. And telecommuting or telework, which once spread over a wide area, shrank considerably from around April of this year. But I think the way we work and live will continue to change in digital transformation, even after COVID-19. In terms of transportation, traffic volume temporarily decreased due to COVID-19. But it has been restored since the second half of last year and is almost back to normal. Meanwhile, crashes on roads are continuously decreasing. The review of town planning and public transportation is becoming more urgent every year, mainly due to the aging and declining population. And it has become a big issue for the government. It is worrisome that the birth rate and marriage rate in 2020 and 2021 have fallen. Digital transformation in the transportation sector, such as autonomous driving and MaaS, is continuously attracting a lot of attention, and further steady progress is expected. The direction of decarbonization is also having a major impact on mobilities. Decarbonization goals are stated in the basic policy of Japan, but the wording looks cautious. OEMs are also actively moving. In addition to environmental consideration and technical issues, many speculations, such as market development, securing resources, and national interests, are involved in this decarbonization issue. Various discussions are taking place in Japan, and it can be said that it is a major issue what we must keep an eye on for the time being. Although situations are different between Thailand and Japan, many issues are globally linked. Several members of IATS are participating in each of today's sessions, and I hope useful discussions will take place from a global perspective. In addition, a Young Researchers Forum was held yesterday. I was very much impressed. I'm convinced that such a human resource development projects are very, very important for us. And we look forward to their further development. Finally, I would like to conclude my remarks by expressing my hope for your happiness and further development of your activities. And once again, the QR code of our journal. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satoshi Kamada. for his introduction to ES and the insightful information about the post-COVID world.
And next, I would like to welcome His Excellency Akom Term Pitaya Phaisit, Minister of Finance Thailand, to give an opening remark. His Excellency Akom, please. Thank you.
Dr. ᴄᴏᴰᴇ, Inspector General of Ministry of Transport and Chairperson of ATRANS, Mr. Satoshi Kamada, Executive Director of International Association of Traffic and Safety Science, IATSS, ATRANS Honorable Advisors, ATRANS Board and members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you who are here with us, and also to our online audience who are joining us virtually. I guess this is the hybrid way that we will have conferences nowadays, combining the best of in-person interactions with the ability to scale and reach more people virtually. I can see that many of you are also very happy to be here. I'm sure, because this is the first time that we can be out of the country and traveling safely, although we're still wearing masks in Thailand. I think Asian culture, we keep the cautious about the spreading of the virus, unlike the European people that they have more freedom, but I think we better make ourselves safe. So, I'm sure that we are happy to be here to see each other physically. And many of you are the old face. We have also new faces today as well. And I myself were always delighted to be in this conference. I remember 3 times already that when I was in the Ministry of Transport and also under capacity of the Minister of Finance as well. But today, the topics to be discussed in the sessions very familiar with me when I was in the Transport Ministry, because we're still talking about the safety. Safety in all aspects, not only the road safety, but also the air safety, aviation, as well as the rail, as well as water transport as well. As Mr. Kamada just mentioned, in Japan, during the past 2 years, the number of the traffic accidents coming down. That mainly because of the COVID. I'm not sure whether we should be thankful to the COVID or not. In Thailand too, the number of fatality has been coming down for 2 years, 2020 and 2021. But I'm sure that right now, since the country is open, we open our economy. And you can see this morning I spent actually 1 hour from my home to this place. Actually, without any traffic jam, it takes about 20 minutes from my home. So you can see a difference. Because of number of cars in Bangkok increased every day, even in the expressway as well. So, but today under Finance Ministry, I would not talk much about the transportation, but I will talk more economic. But again, you cannot escape from Ministry of Finance, because we are a financier. We are a financier. If you want to develop any project, you cannot do it without money. So I think it's better to look at what in the past 2 years and what next agenda in Thailand as well as in the region as well. And thank for the ATRANS arrangement today. Although that we could not see each other, but the young researcher remains doing their research. And today we will have the prominent speakers in the next session as well as in the afternoon as well. So let me start with the more economics. The global pandemic has significant adverse impact on the world economy. Our priority is to continue to support the recovery of businesses affected by the pandemic. This year, there are more than 3.6 trillion Thai baht directed towards the economy. The amount consists of the fiscal year budget 2022. I mean the forthcoming the next 2 months, our budget will be available for 2022. So the budget framework at the 3.1%. 3.1 trillion baht, together with the state-owned enterprises, a budget of 307 billion Thai baht, and the remaining of loan projects under the additional emergency loan decree of the 500 billion baht, which worth around 226 billion baht to be disbursed in 2022. So the money is available from the government in various channels, from the national budget, from the state-owned enterprise, and from the emergency loan during the COVID. Particularly for the government as well as the state-owned enterprise, I think perhaps almost 60 to 70% allocated for the transport sector. So transport sector is the big consumer of the financial resources. As we can see from our loan project with the international financial organization as well as with the bilateral country. So you can see that 60 or 70% of the government resources, the public resources allocated for transport, particularly for the past 8 years, when I was in the transport, many transport projects have been approved and is now under construction. So we just wait when we could use the new type of the transport facilities, particularly even right now we can see some development in Bangkok. Some of the mass transit line has been opened, particularly for the red line and the golden line, which is very short distance, and the orange line is under construction on the east side. The west side is now under the procurement process. So you would see that the development in Bangkok will be more exciting in the next few years. Not only that, but not only in Bangkok, but also inter-provincial rail transport is also under construction. So railways development is one of our priority in order to making our cost of the transportation lowering down. Okay. I forgot where we are. So going forward, the government will shift a priority and resources towards enhancing our global competitiveness and achieving the goal of becoming a high-income country by 2037. According to the Thailand 20 years national strategy, it is noteworthy that sustainable and inclusive growth will be the core of our economic development. To achieve such goals, it requires the right strategies implemented at the right time. The following are the government's plan to transform Thailand's economic structure. First, promoting high-value targeted industries and building a conducive industrial environment. The government has been investing in necessary infrastructure and developing the Eastern Economic Corridor, or EEC, as a cluster-based advanced industrial hub that covers 3 industrial provinces, which are Chonburi, Rayong, Chatrium. EEC is considered as one of Thailand's most anticipated large-scale projects. Such ecosystem consists of supportive infrastructure that encompasses high-speed rail linking 3 airports: Utapao International Airport, the new airport, intercity motorway, double-track railway, Lam Chabang Port Phase 3, and Maptaput Industrial Port Phase 3. Second, the acceleration of investment in transport and logistic infrastructures, as this infrastructure will enhance the connectivity, economic opportunity, and expand the investment domestically and regionally. In order to seize this opportunity, the government will accelerate the construction of a rail network linking Thailand's rail system with the Laos-China Railway. It would establish a seamless linkage between Thailand's rail system and the Laos-China Railway. In addition, this connectivity would enhance cross-border trade, investment, and tourism. Third, shifting the Thai economy towards digitalization. Digitalization is another key area to increase Thailand's competitiveness. Digital transformation must be prioritized by both the private and public sector. The Ministry of Finance is improving public service by introducing e-tax filing, as well as offering social welfare through national e-payment platform. Successful digital public service program, including the co-payment scheme during the pandemic, and the incoming Phase 3 will begin on September the 1st and expire at the end of October, offering a total of 800 baht for each of the 26.5 million people. So this program is kind of the co-payment to support the cost of living of the people during the high inflation right now. And also it's a continuous project from the last 2 years. You know, for 2 years, the people had no income to live. So under the emergency borrowing by the government, we deliver at least 2 projects. One's cash handout to help the people, just cash transfer to the people's pocket 2 times. Secondly, in order to help because the income has been lost for 2 years, so the government pay half of the daily expense, particularly for necessary goods and small shop, not the big shop. So if you go to the market, you buy any food from the market, the fresh market, then you get a 50% paid by the government. So this project is quite popular and can stimulate the domestic consumption. And also the co-payment program has been also implemented in the transport service as well, and also the food delivery, the home delivery. We pay also the half of the transport as well. Fourth, the promotion of bio-circular green economy model, or what we call the BCG model, could help sustain the future of Thai economic growth. This economic model will emphasize the creation of high-value products from biological resources, considering reusing various of materials as much as possible and environmentally friendly economic development. The government has taken some measures to promote the BCG economy model, such as, first, the issuance of green, social and sustainability bond. Second, green tax expense, which is giving 1.25 times tax reduction for biodegradable plastic. And third, the promotion of investment in electric vehicles through the BOI incentive. Recently, on 25th of November 2021, the Ministry of Finance has joined the ECAT to open electronic electricity by ECAT. That's the charging station. Charging station, the first pilot project of commercial electric vehicle charging station installed at the Ministry of Finance, promoting the transition to widespread electric vehicle adoption and driving Thailand toward carbon neutrality. Actually, for the electric vehicle, under my capacity, we have already proposed the tax measure scheme to reduce the tax rate, the excise tax rate for the EV, including the also lowering down the import tax for CBU. For those companies who willing to invest in the EV in Thailand, so you have the right to import the EV car with the lower tax. When lower import tax, it's equally between the automaker in different countries. So we just equalize the import duties for the EV car maker, and then you will get the subsidy from the government between the 70,000 to 150,000 Thai baht for any car, for any EV car that the consumer buy. Okay, so this is the lower the tax rate. Secondly, giving the subsidy to the car buyer. Okay, and third, remain the challenge, the measure to be announced in the future is the charging station, to give more incentive for the installation of the charging station. And lastly, for electricity price will be, we are in the consideration of the tariff, the electricity tariff, because to promote the EV car, you have to look at the total cost of ownership between the EV, electric vehicle, and the ICE, internal combustion engine, between two types of car, whether it's cheaper or more equivalent price with the ECE. So the total cost and the total cost of ownership during the lifetime of the EV must be considered, so that to attract or create more demands from the car buyer, and at the same time the incentive for the car maker has to be assisted by the tax measure as well. So we are committed by 2030, 30% of the existing car will be replaced by the EV. So that's our target. Thailand intends to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 20%, as I said, 20% by 2030, and on a conditional basis with technical and financial assistance. We expect it could reduce emission by 20% in that time frame, so by 2030. According to the assessment of investment and financial flows, Thailand needs between 13 to 14 billion Thai baht to make the transport infrastructure more resilient against climate change by prioritizing the transport sector for energy efficiency conservation measure. These are among others. As I said, it's about we allocate quite a big amount of the budget for the transport sector. As we continue to pursue measures to support necessary infrastructure and investment, we have to ensure that we do not sacrifice our physical integrity. The Ministry of Finance would ensure long-term physical sustainability and maintain the physical discipline. Or we may have to think about how to reshape the urban living model together with resiliency, sustainable transport development in line with minimum impact on climate change. So, although that we have to allocate the big budget for the investment in the future, but on the other hand, we have to keep our discipline on the fiscal policy. As you know, for the last 2 years, the emergency decree on borrowing takes about the 1.5 trillion Thai baht that has created the public debt to GDP. But but our public debt to GDP is not as high as compared to the other country. So we still have the room. We still have the room to make more investment in our infrastructure. But the point is the infrastructure in the future should be clean, should be following the green concept. The government is willing, is ready to give more budget on the infrastructure investment by issuing the green bond as well. We were successful in 2020 to issue the green bond or what we call the sustainability bond to support the orange line, the orange mass transit line in Bangkok. So this kind of the electricity, the mass transit is a green project. So we can call the attention for the buyer of our bond. Okay, so we can mobilize. It's not only the direct borrowing from the financial institution, but issuing bond is also one of the alternatives to mobilize the funding from the market and from the people. So the green project, we are looking forward to support all the green projects. Not only the construction, but also digitalization in the transport sector. It can help also the saving times or saving the energy. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, to this end, it is essential to make a global linkage by regularly organizing this international gathering and exchange information and share experiences in transportation amongst countries across the globe. This will benefit to strengthen the cooperation and exploit transport infrastructure and urban developments for mobilization of people in safe, efficient, and friendly manner for the benefit of our dynamic society. I can see many of you may have joined ATRANS annual conference several times, and some of you may be the first time. So please spare some time to look at outside the hotel and doing some shopping to help our economy. Lastly, I wish the conference successful and thank for the support from the IATS and our other sponsor to the conference. And also thank for the young researcher, thank for the ATRANS to working hard over the past years despite the pandemic. So thank you very much, and hope you enjoy the conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Akom Tontivasit, for his speech.
Okay, His Excellency Akom, could you be on the stage, please, because we will have a photo session. I also would like to invite ATRANS board members, Director General Department of Rail Transport, Director General of OTP, Mr. Kamada from ES, and also ES members. I would like to invite distinguished speakers for the photo session, please. Thank you.
Dear all participants, we will have a short break, 15 minutes, for the coffee breaks outside this room, in front of the room. So please enjoy it, and please come back to this ballroom for the next session on 10:15. Thank you.
ครับตอนนี้ก็พักเบรกรับประทานชากาแฟได้เลยนะครับอยู่ด้านหน้า
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you back to the room to come to prepare for the next session. Thank you.
So we would like to invite on participants to come to the ballroom because the session will begin shortly. The next session will begin in 5 minutes, so please be seated. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the next section, we have a special lecture on the topic of resiliency, sustainability, and safety in transportation system in Thailand, presented by Dr. Panya Chupanit, Director General Office of Transport and Traffic Policy Planning, Minister of Transport. Dr. Panya, please welcome to the stage, please.
Good morning. Excellency Akom ᴄᴏ Minister of Finance, Thailand. Mr. Satoshi Kamada, Executive Director, International Association of Traffic and Safety Science, Japan. Dr. ᴄᴏ Inspector General of Ministry of Transport, Thailand, and also the Chairman of ATRANS. Distinguished delegates and all participants, today I was assigned by Dr. ᴄᴏ, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Transport, to be here today. And today my presentation will be on 3 topics. The first one is the resiliency, the second one is about the sustainability, and the last one is the safety in transportation system. I will start my presentation with the resiliency transport and how Ministry of Transport prepared to have Thailand to be built back to normal. Then I will follow with the sustainability development in transportation system in Thailand. And finally, I will talk about how Ministry of Transport takes safety measures into our consideration. Let's start from the first topic, resiliency in transportation system. In the past 2 years, the world has been struggling with the unprecedented and complicated challenge of the pandemic of the COVID-19, and so is Thailand. In addition, the world is currently facing energy crisis due to war between Russia and Ukraine. However, the unprecedented occurrence has not diminished our attempt to achieve and move forward with the efficient, sustainable, and safety transport. Ministry of Transport endeavored to bring people's life back to normal with the new daily lifestyle by providing adequate, accessible, green, clean, and safe transport. From the situation of COVID-19 pandemic and energy crisis, the travel behavior and travel demand of people have changed and were disrupted by the new trends of technologies. People had less desire to travel. Instead, they order their food and other stuff online. Some companies let their staff working at home instead of working in the office. In addition, with new technology such as electric vehicle, autonomous vehicle, and new travel platforms such as mobility as a service, people change their way of traveling. Ministry of Transport established the 20 years transportation system development strategy starting 2018 to 2037. Even though it was drawn up before the COVID-19 pandemic, the strategic plan can still be able to use in the country transportation development. This 20-year transportation strategy was established in line with the 20-year national strategy. It consists of 5 sub-strategic plans. First one is the integrated transport system. Second is transport service. Third is regulation and institution. Fourth, human resource development. And fifth, the last one, technology and innovation. The timeline of the 20-year transportation system development strategy and the 20-year national strategy and other national strategies are in the same track. You can see that those strategies are consistent, and the target of the success is set to be within the year 2037. To build back or gain resiliency of Thailand, the 20-year transportation strategy covers all modes of transport. First mode is the water transportation or marine transportation. The goal is to develop more coastal ports in which there will be alternative choice for logistic activities. The marine transport is considered to be the most economic and environmental friendly transportation. Lam Chabang Port Development Phase 3. The construction development will be finished in year 2025. And this project will increase Lam Chabang Port capacity from 11 million TEU containers up to 18 million TEU containers per year. Maptaput Industrial Port Phase 3. The port will be open for the service in year 2026. The project will enhance port capacity for bulk products from 16 million tons to 31 million tons per year. The second mode is the air transport. Ministry of Transport has planned to enhance air transport capacity by pushing forward the development of major airports throughout the country. Expansion capacity of ՍOᴛʀᴏ International Airport Phase 2. Next slide. The project consists of construction of the new satellite terminal building SAT-1 in order to increase passenger handling capacity from 15 million passengers per year to 60 million passengers per year. SAT-1 terminal is completed and it will be open sometime this year. In addition, the project also consists of third runway construction, the new 4,000 meter long and 60 meter width runway. This will boost up airport capacity to handle 94 flights per hour. The third runway is expected to be completed in year 2023. Next slide. Dongmyeong International Airport Development Phase 3. The expansion of Terminal 1 and Terminal 3 are expected to be complete in the year 2027. And the airport will have the capacity to handle 40 million passengers per year. Next slide. Utapao International Airport Development. The project is expected to be completed in year 2024. And this airport will have a maximum handling capacity of 15 million passengers per year. The third mode is the railway transportation. Ministry of Transport is now speed up the double-track railway project. Currently, the railway network in Thailand covers 4,000 kilometer length, with 93% being a single track. Therefore, Ministry of Transport has planned to upgrade the existing single-track network to double-track network for the purpose of people and goods transportation. Ministry of Transport has set the target that by the year 2025, The railway network in Thailand will cover up to 4,700 kilometers, and the double track network will increase from 173 kilometers to 3,300 kilometers, linking all regions of the country together. Next slide. The next project is the high-speed train project. This is considered to be a highlight of transport infrastructure development in Thailand. At present, 2 high-speed train routes are under construction with a length of 473 kilometers. There are the first one, Northeast Line from Bangkok to ᴄᴏ宜with a length of 253 kilometers. The project is a part of cooperation project between Thailand, Laos PDR, and China. The second one is the East Link between 3 airports, Don Mueang Airport, Suvarnabhumi Airport, Utapao Airport, with a total length of 220 kilometers. The project is under the EEC project. In addition, the additional 4 high-speed train routes are currently planned and under study. There are Bangkok to Chiang Mai line, Nakhon Ratchasima to Nong Khai line, Bangkok to Rayong, and Bangkok to Hua Hin. Mass Rapid Transit Network development in Bangkok metropolitan area. When the whole network is completed, the MRT line under MMAP will be 554 kilometers long. This mass transit project can solve the traffic congestion and pollution problem in Bangkok. The fourth mode is the road and highway transportation. The MRMAP, the integration plan between motorway or highway and railway network called MRMAP, has been studied. The MRMAP model is the development of the intercity highway network parallel to the double-track railway network, designed to be in the same development area. The MRMAP network consists of 10 routes. 3 routes are in the north-south corridor. Other 6 routes are in the east-west corridor. And 1 route is the outer ring route of Bangkok. This MRMAP network will connect all regions of Thailand and will connect Thailand with the neighboring country in the Southeast Asia. This slide shows the MRMAP concept. The concept is designed in order to reduce the land acquisition problem, in which the people can have less impact from the infrastructure development project. Now, I move on to my second topic, sustainability in transportation system. The Ministry of Transport has set the vision toward sustainable transport on the balance of the 3 factors. Sometimes we call it triangular concept. The 3 factors in the triangular are green and safe transport, inclusivity transport, and efficient transport. All these 3 aspects can be driven by applying innovative and good management technologies. Next slide. Based on the vision towards sustainable transport, the Ministry of Transport has set 2 main goals, which are social sector goals and economic sector goals. The goal of social sector is to improve people's quality of life in transportation. It means that people must be able to travel in comprehensive access. All transportation systems must be safe, and they should have less impact to the environment. The goal of the economic sector is to drive the economy and to increase the country's competitiveness, especially for transportation of goods and services. Next slide. Green and safe transport. It will focus on using alternative fuels and also environmental friendly transport technology. Ministry of Transport is promoting the sustainable transport system by increasing the public transport network, using alternative energy in transport sector such as EV buses and EV boats, and also supporting non-motorized transportation. Moreover, Thailand has ratified to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and has committed to tackle climate change with the intention to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 20% by year 2030. Additionally, Thailand intends to achieve the carbon neutrality by year 2050 and net zero emission by year 2065. Next slide. In order to reach the national greenhouse gas emission goal, the Ministry of Transport is responsible to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 31 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent. The action plan set by the Ministry of Transport in the 20-year transportation strategy can estimate the potential of greenhouse gas emission reduction around 35.4 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent. Next slide. Inclusivity transport is mainly focused on the equitable, affordable, and accessible for all people with universal and service design. All new infrastructure development such as mass rapid transit station, airport terminal, bus terminal have to apply the universal and service design. Elevator have to be provided for disabled person. In addition, all public service vehicles have to provide easy access, such as low-floor buses. Next slide. Transport efficiency. It aims to improve transport and logistic efficiency and to reduce transport and logistic costs. The Ministry of Transport is developing transport infrastructure to support the country development, which include marine port, airport, road, and railway system. Next slide. All three dimensions will be driven by the innovation and management technology. For example, at the airport, AOT already install automation system such as self-check-in system, automatic baggage claim system, and common bag drop system. At the marine port, Port Authority of Thailand established a remote operation center through the remote operation system. At the public service pier, Marine Department developed smart pier system in which digital signage and automatic ticket vending machine were installed. Department of Highway also applied the multi-lane free flow system, or we call M-Flow, in order to ease the congestion in front of the toll gate. Now move on to my third topic, safety in transportation system. Ministry of Transport applied global safety measure issued by the World Health Organization (WHO) with the intention to reduce road accident. There are 4 key measures. The first one, administrative measure. Second, road and environmental measure. Third, vehicle measure, and fourth one, road user measure. For the administrative measure, Ministry of Transport is collaborating with the Ministry of Interior and the Royal Thai Police to enforce the traffic law and regulation. Ministry of Transport also promote the use of information technology to provide travel information such as weather condition, traffic condition, and the best route. Ministry of Transport also developed an accident database system and an in-depth accident investigation system. All data from those systems are shared and integrated with other relevant agencies. Road and environmental measure. Ministry of Transport apply International Road Assessment Program or ILAP for road safety inspection and assessment. MOT intend to use analytic results from ILAP to improve our road, especially at our black spot, in order to meet the 3-star ILAP or better. Vehicle measure. All vehicles must meet high quality safety standard in accordance with the United Nations safety standard. For example, new car and motorcycle right now require the installation of ABS braking system, the declaration of fire-resistant material in the public bus, segment and designing and setting standards for installation of child seat and car seat in the car, which will come into enforcement in September this year. Road user measure. The intention is to improve driver quality and safety skill. The hazard perception in training and testing is introduced for obtaining driver license. Adding more CCTV speed detection system and linking information between Department of Land Transport and the Royal Thai Police for effective law enforcement are being processed. Using a driving license point system using a GPS system to track public buses, together with the installation of the checkpoint to monitor the driver behavior, can reduce number of the accidents in public services. The Ministry of Transport realized the road safety management require cooperation from all parties to integrate and work together in order to build a road safety system in Thailand. Next slide. I would like to say that all infrastructure development and all measures cannot be done within a short period of time. But the Ministry of Transport currently aggressively pushing forward in order to ensure all the benefit to Thai people and the country. Transport is always changing and always has changed. Our job at MOT is to ensure that it changes for the better and is necessary to meet the global agreement and standard for a better quality of life of the people. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Dr. Panya Chupanit, very much for very interesting issue, especially the development plan of transportation project in Thailand. Thank you so much.
And may I invite Mr. Jamroon Tangpaisan to come to the stage to give the token of appreciation for Dr. Panya Chupanit. And our next session will be a discussion with 4 invited speakers. We would like to invite them to come to the stage.
Actually, we have 2 speakers from online, Dr. Madan Rekmi and Professor Dr. Kenji Doi.
Another 2 on-site are Mr. Yukio Yamashita and Mr. Panyalak Soraswati.
I think Dr. Madan Rekmi is online already. And we would like to invite Professor Dr. Atsushi Fukada, a ATRANS Honorable Advisor, Nihon University, Japan, as a moderator. Professor Fukuda, welcome to the stage, please, and the session is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good morning again. I think the people start to worry about the lunch, so I would like to organize quickly. So anyway, following the special lecture by Dr. Panya, we have 4 presentations regarding resiliency, sustainability, and safety in transportation system. So maybe I have no time to introduce each of the presenters deeply. So I just invite one by one and ask to the presentation. Also, we very worry about the time. So supposed to be, I will skip the question time. So if you have any question, please write down on your paper, And please provide your email address and hand over to me. Maybe I will ask to the presenters to answer for your question later, even in English or Japanese, of course, okay, and in Thai also, okay. Thank you. So, okay, so may I invite the first speaker on this session, Dr. Madan Negmi. His title is the Resiliency, Sustainability, Inclusion, and Safety in Transportation System, Global and Regional Perspectives. He is a chief of the Transportation Research and Policy and Transportation Division of UN SGAP. So, Dr. Medan, are you ready?
Yeah,
okay,
yes,
thank
yes.
you. Please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, the organizer, for inviting me to share some of the perspective on the topics of this conference. So I'll try to highlight some of the what are the global trends, and then more focusing on the regional perspectives. We actually was very pleased to have the earlier presentation from DG of the OTP. Actually, he highlighted some of the core concepts of what is being done in Thailand in improving sustainability as well as the safety and then improving efficiency. I think that those are really relevant at the global and regional concept as well. So I'll briefly touch on the, maybe I think it has been quite some time we have this sustainable development goal, but still we are striving to achieve that in the transportation sector, and then trying to touch on the four, I think, core theme of this conference: resiliency, sustainability, social inclusion, as well as the safety. And then I'll just say a few things about some of the regional initiative we at United Nations Regional Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific were taking, and then maybe offer some concluding remarks. So just let's look at this SDG and transport. I think the most importantly, 11.2, that is more important about the urban transport and accessibility. So it talks about the accessibility, safety, and the sustainability of transport system, and then the social inclusion as well. And then one of the important, actually, the topics on the safety. It was really ambitious target to achieve 50% by 2020, but we have missed the target. And then actually it has been really now the revised to be achieved by 2030 now. I think I'll come on detail on that. And then another target on the energy is that to improve the energy efficiency of the sector by 50% by 2030. And then we have to make transport system resilient. And then, that is more relevant after this, we have this COVID-19 impact. I think that all the transport system was really impacted, more so on the public transport. And then another really important aspect is the climate change, how actually we tackle the climate change and then reducing emission. And at the global and the regional level, I think there are many initiatives at the global level, regional level, and the national follow-up. I think you are quite aware of this, the Paris Agreement. Actually, last COP26 in Glasgow, it again reiterated that I think we need to act really more at the national level, basically more on the implementation, and then so that the temperature growth doesn't rise above 1.5 degree. And then there are national determined contribution that country aim to achieve, reduce the GHG emission. And at the global level, we have this high-level political forum that is organized every year in New York, and they discuss about the achievement of SDG, including transport. At the regional level also, we have a sustainable transport forum, that transport forum, as well as the sustainable development forum organized every year at SCAP, and we review not only transport but other sector as well. And then while I think that we talk about this overall sustainability, inclusion, and the safety, we need to look at the structure of transport in the Asia Pacific region also. So just focusing on the public transport, what we see that we are actually using different forms and type of transport. I think now we just heard earlier that there is a plan to develop the network of the mass transit system in Bangkok. I think many countries and cities also are doing that. Metro, whether it's metro, subway, urban rail, or I think the bus rapid transit is really becoming popular in Asia, especially in China and India, as well as in Indonesia. And even though I think these countries and cities are developing public transport system various forms, but what we see is that still the more share of the public transport is still really low. So there should be really the more effort how we can get passenger out of the car and use the public transport system. I think we heard earlier the word from the DG that I think quality transport and the quality of the people and quality of service is really important. And then Asia Pacific region, especially Southeast Asia and South Asia. And then if you see, I think the next slide also, that is really the high share of the 2 and 3 wheeler, that's the structure. And again, actually, for the first and last mile connectivity, we have a different form of paratransit, and then we are using the active mode, that is walking and cycling also. That is more really prominent after the COVID-19. So still the region has some really good example of the public transport system integrated. I think we can say Seoul, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, as well as the Tokyo. At least they have some sort of good form of public transport and integrated public transport system. And then another important aspect of now, I think, is the electric mobility. I think when we think of the sustainability, there has been so much diffusion of the technology. And then China actually is leading in terms of the trying to have a shift toward electric mobility in private transport as well as in public transport also. I think there are some few cities in China, they already have 100% public transport that are operated by the electric mobility. As I said, China and India also, they are developing massively the metro system as well as the MRT, and the BRT also is becoming very popular. And I think we heard earlier also, I think integration, I think we have different more service and fare. I think that the service is really the important thing. I think you have infrastructure, but you have to provide good service so that we can attract more passengers to the public transport system. And see, I think this is really the share of the 2 and 3 wheeler in the vehicle fleet in some of the countries. I think the Vietnam, you see, it's a 93%, and then look at Malaysia, it's a 45%. So we have to design our system, maybe how to make safety and how to utilize that. I think this is really the high share of the 2 and 3 wheeler, and it is really had a high impact on the safety and how the people are being moved. So in terms of the resilience, I think there are the two concepts. I think we can make the transport system more, I think, strong and resilience at the engineering, but we need actually some sort of the preparedness about some sort of the, some events or disaster coming. So that is also socio-ecological resilience also becomes really important. And then we have to have a system that is really flexible if there are certain events are happening. And then agility of the system, also system ability to adapt and evolve, and then characterized by what are the unanticipated changes. And we heard earlier from the DG also, I think that during COVID, actually different, we adopted different methods. I think that there was a growth on the online shopping as well as the, teleworking, and then now still in practice, actually in New Year, we are still practicing the teleworking, and then maybe it's not only maybe 1 or 2 days of the physical participation at the offices. And then we have seen that it was during the COVID period also, I think the public transport actually they adopted some measure how to ensure the safeguarding, the safety of the passenger, frequent and deep cleaning, as well as the mask was mandatory that time. And then even we have a staggering seating arrangement. And then use of this technology and ICT has actually tried to reduce this demand. But maybe I think we should continue some of the positive things out of this thing, this COVID impact. Even I think that there was some news or the report we see that the air quality was improved drastically in some of the cities. So one actually the conclusion, maybe I think we need to look at how mobility and city planning are done. So looking at the engineering and socio-ecological resilience, as well as the concept of the compact city planning, integrated city planning, as well as the 15 city, these concepts are really are emerging. So again, I think in terms of the sustainability, we really try to focus more on the how to reduce the GHG emission from the transport. So transport emission. And then there are various definitions of how we define the sustainable transport. But the easiest one would be the transport need to be safe, affordable, efficient, and the reduce emission, low emission, as well as the looking at the use of the renewable energy that way. So another concept of the build back better after COVID-19 also is really emerging. And then it's not only about sustainability, but as we heard earlier, also we need to think of sustainability, social inclusion, as well as making the transportation system more resilient. And if you look at the trend of the this emission, actually the passenger and freight volume is expected to double by 2050, and the transport sector accounting for the 25%, and even the road transport is more, that is about 75%. A study by the SLOCAT actually shows that there was a 41% growth in transport emission during the last decade from 2010 to 2019. So we just looking at the chart. In the other end, see that having some country having the higher growth of the GHG emission, only few countries have managed to reduce the transport emission. And this is related to the UNDC, that is commitment to the reduced GHG emission. When you look at actually analyze the studies or the policy put forwarded by the country, what we see is that the public transport is one of their topmost priority. And then biofuel as well as use of alternate and the renewable energy, and then electric mobility also is really these are the three priorities the country has put there on the UNDCs. Now I mentioned earlier about the China, that is really the emergence of the new energy vehicle, and then this electric mobility, and then 3 cities, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Xi'an in China is really running on the purely on the electric power. And then if you see the share of the electric vehicles, I think China really covering 58%, and then followed by a few countries in Asia, Republic of Korea, Japan, and then more on the United States and Germany. So at ISCAP also, I think we are trying to accelerate this promotion of the electric mobility in public transport. And then we are now initiating Asia Pacific Initiative on Mobility, actually trying to provide policy support for the country to transition to electric mobility. Because one of the obstacles is really the high upfront investment cost for the public transport. And then the battery charging, I think that battery anxiety still remains some obstacle to transition to electric mobility. And looking at, I think that we heard there is already 2050, I think that many countries have committed to be the carbon neutral. And then we actually last year, we did one study on the how to make the transport sustainable, and we do some scenario analysis for the Asian countries, looking at the 6 scenario on the avoid, shift, and improve framework. And then what the analysis found is that I think electric mobility was really the one of the strategy that would actually help to reduce more emission. I think 72% by 2050, and then followed by the improving the energy efficiency measure, that is 50%. That was aimed at the SDGs by 66%. But the car sharing scenario and the demand reduction scenario, they have really the very least effect. But these 2 topmost strategy, electric mobility and energy efficiency, they are really more technology dependent. And then we need to see how the diffusion of technology goes to the other developing country. Otherwise, you need a higher investment need. And then it also depended on the technical capacity of the countries. Social inclusion, we have to make transport system inclusive so that it caters the need of the largest range of users, including women, elderly people, and disability. I think the concept of the quality infrastructure is really emerging in Japan. I think we heard it in Thailand also, because Asia Pacific, I think some of the countries are really aging rapidly. I think there is a high share of aged people. So how they would use the public transport more affordable as well as accessible and convenient is really important. And then there are actually already the principle of the universal design, that are several principles that we can make public transport more actually inclusive. And finally, coming at the safety, I think this chart shows you the comparison of the road safety data in 2016 and 2019. We can see from the global ISCAP and other ISCAP subdivision, at least there has been some decrease in the fatality rate, but not at the anticipated rate, because the aim was to reduce 50% within 10 years. And then now still there are around 1.3 million fatality globally and more than 700,000 in Asia Pacific region. And even the alarming factor is that the 55% of those fatalities are among the vulnerable users. I think either the pedestrian, cyclist, or the user of the 2- and 3-wheeler. So we have failed to meet the target by 2020. So that is next pronouncement. UN second decade of action on the road safety, 21 to 2030. Again, the aim is to reduce by 50% reduction in fatality and serious injury by 2030. And there is a global plan of action. And then we have also the regional plan of action that the country could actually utilize. And then this is also just showing the fatality figure by number and then by intensity. So you see that India and actually China has very high number of fatality in terms of the absolute number. And if you look at the fatality rate, actually Tonga, Thailand, Vietnam, it comes actually almost more than 30 fatality per 100,000 vehicles population there. And safe system approach, actually that is one of the recommendation of the second decade of action. We need to think of the multimodal transport planning, safe road infrastructure, safe vehicle, safe road user, and then most importantly, post-crash care. I think if you look at the case of Thailand, actually there are the two major events, actually English New Year and the Thai New Year. I think you have really the high number of crashes. That is really the related to that. I think we heard from the earlier DG that there are many initiatives to improve the road safety, but still, I think that really there is a challenge in implementing those policies and really the reducing number of fatality during those actually the festive periods. And at the regional level, actually, we had last year the Ministerial Conference on Transport, and within that, the Minister has adopted regional action program on the sustainable transport development, and they have actually identified 7 thematic areas that all include the safety, urban transport, low carbon transport, and the inclusive transport within that. And then we are also initiating at the staff at the regional level. There is one regional cooperation mechanism on the low carbon mobility and Asia Pacific initiative on electric mobility. Actually, just 2 weeks ago, we have a very good regional meeting focusing on the low carbon mobility and electric mobility with more than 28 countries and more than 100 participants participating there. And ISCAP also have initiated this transport research and education network. So within this, actually, we want to strengthen the regional collaboration in the improve the transport quality, safety, the resiliency, as well as the sustainability in the region, about sharing experience and the knowledge among the country. Finally, just as a concluding remarks, I think we need to really work on the resiliency. Again, I think the important is the integrated urban and public transport planning, prioritizing non-motorized mode, and then maybe integrating this trying to have the compact city, and then maybe implement the concept of the 15-minute city. Sustainability, we are improving the public transport system, but still the mode share is not that high. So we have to have some sort of the pull or push strategy so that we can get more people to use the public transport system. And then there should be more effort on the freight transport system also. I think how we enhance sustainability of that system, shift to electric mobility, as well as enhancing energy efficiency. That would be the strategy for the sustainability. And then inclusiveness, because the Asia Pacific aging, maybe we have to provide the quality public transport to them, enhancing accessibility, not only I think urban accessibility, maybe on the rural accessibility also, and then trying to cater the need of gender and vulnerable group of peoples. In terms of the improving safety, actually regional plan of action is there for the second decade, and then try to implement all those elements of the safe system approach there, and then all those things, I think countries and the organization, they cannot do alone. So we need to have really the good collaboration among public sector, private sector, as well as the different organizations. So in this regard, I think I'm just inviting that maybe the SCAP, this forum can be useful, and then Transport Education and Research Network, I invite other interested countries as well as organizations to join this network, and then maybe works toward, I think, sharing experience and knowledge among the countries. Thank you very much. I think I just put some of the links there of the Transport Research Education Network and then the meeting. And then every year we publish actually this transport bulletin. So next year the bulletin theme will be low carbon transport. So we'll be inviting call for paper, and I invite other researchers and experts to contribute to this bulletin. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for your time. I will be happy to answer if you have any question. Maybe I think as the moderator seems appropriate, maybe at the end of the session. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time.
Dr. Medan, thank you for your brief presentation. Actually, there is a time limitation. I will ask the question to the participants, to our audience, and write down on the paper. And I receive, and may I send to you later?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for presentation again. So next, I would like to invite Professor Kenji Doi. He's a professor of Osaka University. Also, he's the one of active member of the IEX. So, Doi-sensei?
Hello.
Hello. We are very sorry to make you wait a long time. So please start your presentation. Thank you.
No, almost on time. Good morning. I wish if I could see you all on site. Please allow me talk online today. Today, I will talk on public transport, then move on to streets and road traffic, and conclude with a topic that spans both. Regarding the public transport, we are now facing a serious problem of the collapse of public transport. Over the last few decades, demand for public transport has declined by continued motorization, dispersion of low-density urban areas, rapid decline in population, decreasing commuting trips by working age, and more recently, trip rate among young people is decreasing. In addition, the supply side is shrinking due to the shortage of skilled drivers and reduced financial support from the government, leading to deterioration of public transport services. There seems a vicious cycle of the demand side decline and supply side disruption. It is accelerating due to the damage caused by repeated natural disasters and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. From the viewpoint of resilience, the drop demand for public transport by the pandemic has not yet recovered. This figure shows well-known Apple mobility trend data. If the demand index for January 2020 is set to 100, it was dropped almost half and still remained at around 70 in April this year. This decline in transit demand is notable compared to the car and walk demand, which has increased beyond 100, the level as of January 2020. There is a question. Is this feature common to other countries? The bottom line is not. The continued decline in transit demand after 2020 is a trend unique to Japan among developed countries. Here shows the trends in 4 European countries, especially in Germany and France. The transit demand index has recovered and far outstripped that of car. In order to understand the differences in trends by country, we made a comparison of urban travel demand by mode using this kind of relativized index. Here, blue line shows the value squared index of transit divided by that of car and walk. Take a look more closely. Tokyo and Osaka have shown a consistent downward trend in relativized transit demand since the summer of 2020, the start of second wave of the pandemic. It is clear that the shape of blue and orange lines in Tokyo and Osaka is significantly different from those in Paris, London, New York, and Sydney. In order to elucidate the peculiarity of Japanese trends, we applied some analytical method, time series auto-regressive conditional model on the trend component of demand for transit, car, and walk using the following explanatory variables. The first one is the vaccination rate. Second is movement restrictions. And third is new deaths per capita. And we conducted the parameter calculation of variables and calculate the difference between the estimated values for transit and car driving in this way. And we plotted the data of the difference of parameters between transit and car is here. Here, the horizontal axis shows the transit and car difference in parameters of movement restriction and new deaths. And the vertical one shows the difference in parameters of vaccination rate. This result shows that despite being vaccinated, people in Tokyo and Osaka are still refraining from using transit. As you can see easily, the position of Tokyo and Osaka is far away from those in cities in Europe, North America, and Australia. This result seems to be more or less due to differences in the reliability of vaccination by country, but more importantly, there are differences in attitude towards so-called 3C. 3C represent closed spaces, crowded places, and close proximity. Therefore, we conducted some small survey on awareness and attitude toward public transport and public spaces. I will skip the details of the investigation, but there are some questions included in the questionnaire. Now, how users have become intolerant of crowded transit due to COVID-19. As you know, Japanese people have long accepted crowded commutes since the period of rapid economic growth in 1970s and 80s. But with COVID-19, they began to seek more comfortable and safer travels. The results derived from the questionnaire is here. Many people are reluctant to use public transportation due to this kind of intolerance. In order to prevent the shift from public transport to private car use and maintain the current public transportation system, it is necessary to think beyond the framework of conventional transport policies, such as mobility management. This diagram shows the image of work-centered and the urban system of all transportation modes, including emergence of new mobility measures here that complements public transport. Here, orange dot shows mobility supported by AI and AV is an autonomous vehicle. And light blue color shows shared system, and purple ones show the intermediate modes of the existing transportations. The most important point in this conceptual diagram is that new mobility measures are created one after another at the intersection of the auxiliary lines connecting modes. And in addition, such micro-mobility and mobility hubs are being developed on road and public spaces. In order to support these movements, the Road Traffic Act has been revised in April this year. I'm sorry, the explanation is only Japanese, but important point is only two. We set up a permit system for specified autonomous driving and operation. And we put regulations on traffic methods of new traffic participants, such as e-scooters and funny devices. It is so that there will be few problems if we follow the good practices of advanced countries with autonomous driving. But regarding the new traffic participants, including e-scooters, many problems may arise due to the lack of consistency in slow mobility policies. In the amendment, electric scooters, which has the same maximum speed and size as bicycles in terms of performance, are cut out from moped bicycles, and same traffic rules as bicycle will be established. Here, there are two uneasy problems on traffic safety. First one is riding paths depend on the riding speed. They are allowed to operate on both cycling paths and footpaths. And second is safety might be entrusted to users' responsibility. Driver's license are not required. And wearing helmet is just optional now. Based on the conventional 3E, we need to think about more sophisticated approach to overcome this kind of safety issues. This shows the conventional triple E, but there are some limitations that cannot cope with the emergence of new mobility measures. Safety greatly affected by surrounding vehicles and road conditions. and there is an increasing uneducated and unlicensed road users. And here shows the so-called PSC that represents the major cause of traffic crashes: comprehensibility and priority, speed. If we combine two triangles, we can come up with this kind of safety hexagon. And in this figure, there are three important axes. The first one is easy to understand rules to raise compliance awareness, include and guide road users in various positional situations. This axis shows the importance that road space design encouraging priority and normative awareness. And third axis shows the necessity of building social consensus on speed. Future challenges are not limited to self-driving cars and e-scooters. In order to properly respond to new mobility measures, rather than ad hoc manner, it is necessary to understand the topology of diverse mobility measures and their positional relationship, as shown in this figure. There are three important axes. First one is about speed, and second is about values, mean values or any values. And the third one, contrast function and emotion. The light blue area shows special emphasis on efficiency, and light green area shows the we'd better provide more attractive mobility for promoting social exchange and health promotion. Today's mobility design seems to be shifting from the traditional focus on efficiency to a focus on emotion. Recent studies have pointed out that the position of these emotional mobilities. Okay, here, positive experience through our movement will expand our behavior, leading to desirable travel behavior and spontaneous prosocial behavior. This shows the result of survey conducted by the government. This shows some evidence of recent changing activity needs. The need for spacious outdoor spaces such as parks and plazas and spaces where people can travel around by bicycle walk continue to show a high percentage. Our activity places are also changing from a distant city center to a place closer to home. It is becoming more and more important to utilize familiar streets and squares as places for people's activities. Along with such needs, our sense of values on speed is gradually changing. Now, we come to know that speed composition of urban travel and activity determines time capital, so-called time capital, that is the source of affluence or well-being. Also, there is increasing awareness of speed as a service. You may know mobility as a service. But here, speed as a service. Also, there is another AAS. The concept of street as a service is also spreading, corresponding the need for dynamic response to peak and off-peak traffic demand and community activity demand like this. From the viewpoint of sustainability in energy use, a new concept called battery as a service, BAS, is emerging. BAS is a platform and a mechanism for battery recycling of e-mobility and other devices. In Japan, the first bus started under the cooperation of major energy companies and motorcycle companies, including Honda. The fourth ask, that is bus, is especially important to avoid this ridiculous situation related to e-mobilities. So far, we have discussed 4 types of AAS as, including the well-known mass. While these 4 R's seem to represent different aspects of mobility, they are not independent, have something in common. They could be somehow connected. New local, shown here, is a central idea to connect these 4 R's. I'm short on time, so I'll be brief. The ideas of new local are exemplified in the Street Vision 2040 issued by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism as future images such as this picture and these explanations, elimination of community congestion, vibrant street like a park, automated and unmanned movement of people, and movement of services changes the urban landscape moment by moment. And this kind of idea will help to realize these 3 compatible systems. There are 3 troublesome compatibility problems, but I will skip the explanation here. New local design can be applied to railway corridors as well as streets. This photo shows example of how new local design can turn underpass spaces into walkable, livable, and pleasurable places. In this way, new local design is a way of seeking that connect people to living space, street, and transit. And this diagram illustrates how new local design with 4 R's are linked to safety and security, resilience and sustainability. From the viewpoint of resilience, we need to provide compassionate and resilient mobility that can quickly respond to the outbreaks of natural disasters and pandemic. Here, compassion building in light of changing people's values become a very important factor. Okay. In addition to new local design in street and public spaces, network design of public transportation is becoming important. What is network meta design here? Meta design is defined as the design of socio-technical conditions to facilitate stakeholders' participation. Currently, many cities are trying to reorganize public transport network of railways and buses into this kind of hierarchical structures, okay, such as trunks and branches for the better operational efficiency and frequency, and emphasizing the transit center. However, such restructuring takes time to coordinate stakeholders' interests. And so far, there have been huge successful examples in Japan. Accelerating this kind of network restructuring requires meta design at 3 levels shown here: policy strategy level and relationship building level, and third level is implementation operational level. We need to change the relationship from the conventional idea of government operators, users, to people, community, government, transport operators, and mass or for-us operators. Our mobility needs will expand along these 3 axes, driving the evolution of mobility system. The first axis is about cross-sector, second is through process, and third is trans-scale. We need to encourage public transportation use and road space utilization, engagement of diverse stakeholders, and the pursuit of social impact by building this kind of ecosystem. In the context of mass, this B2 axis, business to axis, has attracted much attention. But in Japan, in Asian area, this government to G2 axis and commuter access, community to access are rather important. Without strengthening these access, mass will not be successful by the effort only by business sector. And also, this kind of 2C access is important for enhancing users' safety and convenience. Also, G2 axis is necessary for coordination, policy coordinations. In that sense, relationship infrastructure shown here is essential elements of, again, new local design. This is my last slide. Our approach to policy design should be more universal so that we can respond to changing and diverse circumstances. Today, I have introduced some new keywords like for us and new local. They are kind of universal idea derived from applying the simple coordinates of physics here to human and mobilities. This will help to disentangle the complex perspectives of future transportation. Mass, stars, street as a service, speed as a service, and battery as a service. They are very important as universal ideas. We need to consider this kind of for us in our policy making and future perspective. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Doi. We are very appreciate you introduced the new concept, especially like for us. That's the new word, new concept, and also introduce a new approach about the meta design. So you can also see the audience, but I look at the audience. They look very interesting about your presentation. Supposed to be they will have a question later. Thank you anyway.
Thank you also.
Okay, so may I invite the next presenter, Mr. Yukio Yamashita, who is the Senior Director of Japan Transportation Tourism Research Institute. And this institute have the ASEAN India Regional Office now in Bangkok. So his title is Safety and Accessibility in the Public Transport System in ASEAN countries and India. So, Mr. Yamashita, please.
Thank you very much, kind introduction. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yukio Yamashita of JTTR. Before my presentation, let me allow to give a brief introduction about the JTTR. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. JTTR is the abbreviation of the Japan Transport and Tourism Research Institute, ASEAN India Regional Office. Yeah, very long name. So sometimes we call it just the IRO. IRO is the non-profit organization and independent. Established in Bangkok last April, IRO is supported by Nippon Foundation, and we appreciate it very much. Our duty is a research survey, holding a seminar symposium, information dissemination and provision, and networking in Southeast Asia and South Asia. Example of our networking, you can see the bottom of pictures. We met His Excellency Mr. Akom, Finance Minister. This morning we met also. And left-hand side is the His Excellency Transport Minister, and right-hand side is the Tourism and His Excellency Tourism and Sports Minister. Such kind of executives and key persons, we have the good relationship. Next slide, please. Another example, we had the online symposium, logistics symposium in collaboration with MOT Thailand, Embassy of Japan in Thailand, and Japan Chamber of Commerce Bangkok last June, right-hand side. We had many speakers and panelists from government side, MOT Thailand. Actually, today's special lecturer, Dr. Panya, is the one of our panelists. And of course, we received the Japan Embassy in Thailand. And from academic field in Thailand and Japan, like Chulalongkorn University, Thammasat University, and Tokyo University. In addition, from business sector like Federation of Thai Industry and Japan Chamber of Commerce Bangkok. We also received kind support and cooperation by ATRANS chairperson, Dr. Chula Skumanop, and ATRANS Secretary General, Dr. ᴄᴏ Fukuda. Thank you very much. We also would like to express our sincere appreciation to all persons concerned. Of course, as we at the Research Institute, we conducted the research survey like left-hand side, you can see on the screen. Today, next slide please. Today, I would like to talk about the safety and the accessibility in public transport system in ASEAN and India based on the basic research conducted from September 2021 to March 2022. Here is the topic of today's presentation. The first is about the public transport safety, showing about the current situation and common issues for multiple countries. The second part is about the public transport accessibility, such as barrier-free measures and universal design, showing about the current situation and the common issues for multiple countries. And the last one is the next steps for topics, what we are preparing. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The next shows the study scope. Safety and accessibility are the most important and interested matters in public transport field all over the world. But ILO does not have enough information about them in ASEAN countries and India. So the objective of survey is to collect and identify the current situation and common issues in public transport sector regarding safety and accessibility in land, maritime, and aviation transport. In the both passenger and transport and freight transport. Also includes the operation phase and the infrastructure in 7 ASEAN countries and India shown on the slide. Next slide, please. In this basic research, you have conducted 40 online meetings and interviews in 8 countries and 6 face-to-face meetings from October 2021 to February 2022. Please look at the target countries, I mean the 7 ASEAN countries and 1 India. Please go ahead to the next slide, please. And like Spain, Indonesia, Malaysia, Malaysia. Next, please. That's all for us, 7 countries and India. Next slide, please. Let's go to the first topic on safety. Next, please. This slide shows about the existence of laws and regulations. Regarding their operation, all the 8 countries have each law and regulations, and they are governed by the MOT or relevant ministry. In Thailand, Indonesia, the integrated law and policies for safety are established to enhance the level of transport safety in all sectors. But about the regulation operations, it is regulated with sub-decree in Cambodia, or it mainly depends on the operation standard in Lao PDR. Next slide, please. The next shows international standards applied in each sector. Maritime and aviation sector apply international standards. Railway sector partially refer to international standards such as UIC. And on the other hand, road transport follows the local standards. The water transport sector, most countries refer to the standard and conventions of IMO. The SORAS Convention was also confirmed as reference in several countries. The aviation sector, most countries refer to the standard and convention of ICAO. The road sector, ASHOT was confirmed as a geometric design standard in all countries, and most countries set and develop their own standards. Next slide, please. This slide example each country's measures in each sector and introduce the operations management for safety. In terms of the keeping safety, the operational measures stay on the base of the transport safety. 2 examples are introduced here. The measure for the road sector of Cambodia, because inspection and maintenance are the base of transport safety, the government or public Metro line in each country have introduced universal design for their vehicle and facilities, while application for existing national railways is limited. Here is an example of Hanoi Metro. With the aim to provide public transportation to all people, the station design for Hanoi MRT has incorporated the universal design. Some universal design could be confirmed in several countries on inland water transport sector. In Thailand, both national and local governments seek to promote tourism for all, including the elderly and people with disabilities. In this context, a pilot project to promote tourism in Ko Kret area was confirmed in this study. The local government, together with Maritime Department, modified the boat to accommodate the elderly and people with disability, especially people with wheelchairs. Next, please. Next, please. This slide shows example of road and aviation. Maybe that's right. I would like to explain about the slide 23. Is that right? Okay, thank you. The slide shows the example of road and aviation sectors. The road transport buses with universal design, such as non-step entrances, can be seen in many countries. Here are examples from Vietnam and Malaysia. Is that correct? Could you back? Sorry. This slide is an example of the road and aviation sectors. In road transport, buses with universal design, such as non-step ATRANS, can be seen in many countries. This is an example for Vietnam and Malaysia. Right-hand side in the aviation sector, large and international airports introduce universal design in their facilities. However, it may be hard to apply universal design to all local airports. Next, this is about education of improvement awareness of transport accessibility, and understanding of the barrier-free is important for developing the level of transportation. In India's aviation sector, a new handbook for universal design was issued an airport in line with the international regulations. Sensitization and awareness training was provided for all staff engineering the person with disability in order to ensure universal design environment and equal participation in all activities. In many countries, campaigning and disseminating information through the social media are confirmed as effective way of raising awareness for accessibility. Laos, service providers use social media in their public relation campaign and informed the public of their COVID-19 countermeasures. Changes to operate and service conditions were also updated on social media. Next, please. This is the next topics. Firstly, law and regulation related to the accessibility depends on the level of infrastructure development and the necessity in each country. The aviation sector applies international standards for operation and planning, which works as mutual and minimize standards for accessibility between countries. There are also needs for support in there are also needs for support in preparation for mutual for universal design from the view of technical aspect. Second, regarding the equipment and the system improvement for accessibility, some requests were confirmed for financial support for facility or equipment, including training equipment for staff. Lack of space of obstruct the installation of support facilities such elevator and escalator for people with disability. So it is important to share way to install support facilities for people with disability in limited space. Thirdly, regarding the staff education awareness for realizing accessibility, there are requests for staff training, including foreign study tour in many countries. Also, there are needs to increase awareness and have better understand operating procedure to counter disasters. Next, please. Next. Finally, I would like to show our next step. Through the basic study about the safety and accessibility, we found 2 points to take care of them. First, the current situation and issue on safety and accessibility in public transport are very different for each country, and it would not be easy to find a single solution for those countries as one general package. Second, each country has the effort very much on these matters, but they do not have enough information about experience and activities in other countries. So it would be necessary to share information about them in other countries. Therefore, as the next step to go, ILO will select some countries that has a strong interest in safety and accessibility, then conduct more detailed survey in line with the country's perception and request. In conjunction with those research survey, I would like to seek opportunity to share the information on safety and accessibility in public transport system for all countries. We hope you all its understanding and support for next step. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yamashita. I think after this, maybe many people will work with the ILO. Yes, thank you. So, okay, so may I invite the last presenter of this session, Mr. ᴄᴏᴰᴇ. Right? He is the head of the Land Transportation Infrastructure Project, Infrastructure Strategy Department of the NESDC. Right? So his title is a National Strategy on Economy, Resilience, and Sustainability in Transportation Infrastructure, Thailand Perspectives. Thank you. Okay, please.
Thank you, Dr. Fukuda. You know, it's quite tough to be the last person before lunch. I will try to keep my presentation concise as possible. Good morning again, everybody. Thanks, ATRANS, for inviting us. NESDC. My name is ᴄᴏᴰᴇ from NESDC. For those who are not familiar with NESDC, we are a central planning agency. We do national plan, we do GDP forecast, we do, basically we work as an advisory to the government, to the cabinet in terms of economic, social, also in big major infrastructure investment. My former boss, Mr. Akom, he used to be Secretary General of NESDC 8 years ago. So this is basically what we do. Okay, as I mentioned, NESDC, we make plan. Somebody said we have lots of plans. Somebody said we have too much plan in Thailand. Well, lastly, our latest constitution mandate us to do another plan. It's called 20 years plan, national strategy. So we have a much longer plan than 5 years plans. We call them a first level plan. And there are second level, which are master plan under national strategy. Basically, they are a target if you can see, if you have seen this master plan, is the target. There are 140 targets, such as like life expectancy of Thai people, GDP per capita, or in terms of transport related, is something like logistic cost to GDP, loss of life from road accident, those kind of things. And another plan on the second level is the national reform, country reform. Basically, it's focused on structural or regulatory change. It will end at this year, the country reform plan. And the third one on the screen is the orange one is the 5-year plan. Sorry. And the fourth one is national security. This is the second layer. The rest of the plan that we will call it level 3 plan, it will be more on action plan, what to do, when, how much, and who will do that. So I give you a short, brief history of national plan, a 5-year plan. In the past 60 years, we do this plan. Basically, it focused in a couple first plan, we focus on sectoral planning. Like after the war, we focus on big investment, like big reservoir, major highway, electricity, water sanitation, and now it developed into like sectoral, multi-sectoral plan, indicative plan. Like on the 5th plan, we have like Eastern Seaboard focus, and lately, our 8, 9, 10, 11 is more strategic plan, very broad. So now we have something much broader, a national strategy, 20 years plan. So our coming 13, lucky number, 13 plan will be more indicative or prioritize. There are pros and cons. Some people, some friends from other agency tell me that, where is my issue? I don't have anything written in the plan. Don't Thailand want to do any water sanitation anymore? Or we won't do anything about the sport? The answer is that the national strategy will have everything. Believe me, it has everything in that. So the 13 plan is what we're trying to do, in the next 5 years. So the next slide is the goals for this is, yes, the income per capita. People need job, need income security. This is the first goal. The second one is Human Development Index. This is the composition index, not just life expectancy, adult literacy, GDP per capita, to see the standard of living. The third one is social fairness. The fourth is the greenhouse gas emission. Of course, it mainly, not mainly, it came from energy production. That's the biggest emission in Thailand, CO2 emission. The transport sector would be like 1/5, 20% something. Other that is industry, agriculture, and waste. So we need to work on that. And the fifth one is about the resiliency things, to make people able to cope the changes. So the 13 plan, there are 13 milestones. It's like a gimmick, so easier for people to remember. There are 13 issues that we want to highlight or focus during this coming 5 years. Not just agriculture, tourism, EV production based, medical wellness, regional logistics, smart electronic device, SME competitiveness, livable and safe city, reducing poverty and low carbon society, as well as national disaster climate change management. In terms of government, the high performance workforce and efficient government. This is the 13 issue that we would like to highlight and focus during this coming 5 years. From this 13 milestone, I picked three of the milestone to share with you that are related to transport issue. The first one is the regional strategic and gateway for investment, trade, and logistics. You know, in the past 10 years, we invest a lot in terms of transportation. We invest in double track system around the Bangkok vicinity. We invest the mass transit system, more than 10 line. And what we want to do is to make use of that investment, utilize it. We carry on what we do, such as the CY, they get privatized, private tech sector to utilize the increasing capacity of the investment, not only the hard infrastructure, but we want to do focus on soft side, like national single gateway, NSW, the digital government to ease all the procedure for the people and for the freight in Thailand to what the economic areas or EEZ or the border economic zone. This is the fifth milestone. The eighth milestone is about the livable, safe, and sustainable region and smart city. Of course, we are human. We plan for ourselves. And humans, the trend of the world, we moving to live in the city. City is the growth pole of, job, decent education, and services. So the city is very important, and we cannot divide the transportation and the land use planning or the city. It has to come together. As you can see, we try to enhancing the first one, enhancing the grassroots economy. What I want to elaborate more of this is we don't want people to move inside Bangkok or major city anymore. We want them to have like a decent education, a decent job. Nobody want to live far away from their families. So this is basically we want to do to increase grassroots economy in the area, in the city. The other thing we try to cooperating a mechanism for area and city development. We try to use a new area, like we have Dr. Wasan here with us, the founder of Fongdu. We will listen from him this afternoon. It will help people to engage the city management to help for our staff, government, local staff to be more energetic with their jobs. The other thing is to preparing like logistic infrastructure. But this is what we did very, how to say that, we do a lot of investment, but another thing that we need to focus is non-motorized. I discussed with Khun Jamroon, our former ATRANS chair, that non-motorized also crucial. So we cannot invest a lot of big, subway system to every area. People need to do the final walk or final feeder to their destination. So this is what it needs to go together: transportation and the city management. Otherwise, it will not work. Like Dr. Kenji said earlier, that the public transport is reducing. I myself, after the COVID, I used to travel with bus and MRTI, but after COVID, I afraid of the COVID shift to use my car. So this is the big issue that we need to tackle on. The fourth one is strengthen the area of the city, the infill development to make use of high mixed use, high density. You see our country, our big city, Bangkok, has a lot of vacant land, not just vacant land, but like row-rise house. If you travel along the MRT or BTS line, you will see behind those big buildings, there's single house, like two-story house. So it's quite hard for us to increasing the density of the city. This is what we need to do to. The third milestone that I would like to share with you is the circular economy and low carbon society. As I mentioned, we are human, but again, we are not only creature in this planet. We live together with other creature. Biodiversity is very important to the sustainability of this planet. So, and unfortunately, there is only one planet that we can live now. So circular economy and low carbon society is crucial. As Dr. Maiden presented us earlier about the EV vehicle, this might be the answer of the transport to try to reduce the emission. But unfortunately, in Thailand, we produce the energy. Latest data from Ministry of Energy, 50% from gas and 20% from fire coal. So 70% here in Thailand, we still burning fossil fuel to make energy, electricity energy. So in one hand, it more efficiency in terms of use of transportation. But anyhow, we still need to look for alternative energy production to make the whole system work well. As I mentioned to this, the strategy here is try to promoting the fifth one. If you can see the star on the down right, we try to change the behavior of the people, like to promoting public transport or EV or freight transport. This is what we need to do to increase the use of this. In Thailand now is, I think, one of the urgent issue is to do is the common ticket or common fare in Thailand. Not a big investment on infrastructure. We invest, I think, quite a lot now. But the use of to make use of this is more efficiency is to do this common ticket and common fare, which OTP is now working on that. So I try to keep my presentation as concise as possible. So what we do next, there are more in the handout. I see from the organizer, they print out the handout. There are the other 10 milestone, agriculture production, tourist, and you can see in detail from that. The next step for this fifth year, the plan, this 5-year plan is on this October we will launching this plan. I would say NESDC itself cannot do this alone. It will be fruitless if we have to work together with line agency. We have to work together with public and private as well to engage this plan, and hopefully that it will have reach our goal to be technology innovation driven economy and keeping pace with global, not the fastest, but I think we keep on moving. We keep on moving and empowering the Thais to reach their full potential. There's more potential for Thai people, and as well as environmental friendly sustainability. This is to advance and sustainable value creation of Thailand. Okay, lastly, on behalf of NESCC, thank you for ATRANS, and thank you again for your attention. I return to Mr. Fukuda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Panaruk. Yeah, I very, informative for me. Yes. Talk about the next National Development Plan. Yes. So I should return to my microphone to you, MC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are thank you for Professor Dr. Ashichi Fukuda and all distinguished two speakers here and also in online. And I would like to ask for Mr. Silapachai Jaru Kasem Ratana to come out into the stage and give the token of appreciation for all speakers and the moderator here.
Okay, the speaker, please, Mr. Yuyo Yamashita, please. And Mr. Panalak Surasabadi, please, thank you. And our moderator, Professor Fukuda, please. So please be kindly on the stage and have a photo session together. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think everybody is hungry now. So we will have around 40 or 45 minutes a break for lunch. The lunch will be at the River Bar on the first floor. So please return to this room at 12:50. 12:50, because at 1 o'clock we will have a very special lecture from the governor of Bangkok, Dr. Chatrium. He is very busy and he has very tight schedule. So 1 o'clock sharp, he will start giving a lecture. Okay, see you at the restaurant. Enjoy your lunch. And we'll come back again at 12:50. 12:50. Thank you. ครับตอนนี้ก็ใกล้ถึงเวลาแล้วนะครับอีกประมาณ5นาทีนะฮะ Okay, about 5 minutes we will start the afternoon session, so please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the special lecture will start in 2 minutes, so please be seated. Thank you. Attention please, the special lecture will start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. Our afternoon session will start on time because the Bangkok governor, he is very busy. He has another appointment. So we will start at 1 o'clock sharp. 1 o'clock.อีก1 นาทีครับผม
So we need to start now, and here is our delight section. We have a special lecture on city and mobility in a digital age, transportation technology for better Bangkok. Please kindly give our warm welcome to Dr. ᴄᴏ the Bangkok governor. Thank you.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ I was at this forum before, right? I mean, like 10 years ago when I was a Minister of Transport. But now I changed the position. I'm not sure it's for the better or for the worse, but now maybe just give you the overview of the problem of Bangkok traffic. Okay, please. Are you ready, my team? Okay, good. Okay. So my presentation will be like 15 minutes, just brief one. Oops, go back first. Okay, I think the city and mobility in a digital age. But I think the main key would be technology, you know. We talk a lot about technology, how to use it to solve the problem. But as a governor, I mean, I may have a different viewpoint of how the technology should be used with the transportation. Sometimes we focus too much on technology and forget about the people, you know. In fact, we should focus more on the people and use the proper technology to solve the problem. I think the issues in Bangkok, I think maybe we have I think the most important, maybe more than the congestion, is the accident. Like Kun Michael, I think we just have a talk. I think he raised a good point. I think accident is a key thing. And I mean, during the campaign, I just was elected governor for 3 months. During the campaign, I think the road safety was a mandate from the people. They really want us to improve the safety of the road. We have some congestion problem. This is maybe the second thing. We talk about traffic jam. But I would say that if you focus on traffic jam, you will not be able to solve the problem. So I think you should focus more on mobility rather than on the cars. So you should stop using car and then use more public transport. And then pollution is another thing. I think urban sprawl is the cause of all these things. So maybe the only 3 things: accident, congestion, and pollution. It's a number of statistics, right? Last year, this is the deaths. This in Bangkok, the death, and the wounded, right? I mean, until July this year, there are 35% increase in the death. So far, until now, we have 624 deaths already in Bangkok, right? I mean, and comparing to last year. But last year, maybe due to the COVID, so people stay at home, work from home, but now we are coming out and having fun, And now with another thing like marijuana, free, like easier access. So it might cause some marijuana drunken problem, because you cannot measure the marijuana from your breath. So that might cause another problem for traffic accidents too. Right? We are the number 1 in the death and road mortality rate in Southeast Asia. In Asia, I think Thailand number 1. So forget about traffic jam. I think accident and safety will be the key issue for Bangkok. And amazing, or maybe not surprising to you, the death is more for the male than the female. Like 82% is male, and only 17% is female. And this number is similar to what? If you go to the BTS or you go to the mass transit, 80% are women. Only 20% are male, So you go to BTS, you don't see many males there. Why? Anyone have an answer? Why men don't take public transport? No, maybe part of it, So they want some excitement. So they go to motorcycle because they better to go by motorcycle. But the lady may be more hesitation to go on the bike, So they still got stuck with the mass transit, the bus. But end up, they save their life because the deaths come from motorcycle. 85% the deaths come from motorcycles. So that's a big issue that we are facing right now. And this is a statistic, right? The red is more dangerous. So you see the outer Bangkok, like in Lat Krabang or in this Bang Khun Tien, so have more deaths because maybe wider road, less traffic jam, So maybe traffic jam is also maybe better for road safety, so it goes slow. But if you go out in the area in the vicinity of Bangkok, you have more death rate. The traffic jam is getting better because in TomTom, you used to be number 1, but now we are number 11. So we get you. Maybe the number is getting better due to the COVID too, right? But still, we spend like 21 hours per year on the road in Bangkok, right? But I think that may be another issue. That I think this one mainly caused by if you live in Bangkok long enough, you will see that we have a lot of dead end road, or we call it soy, right? Soy is a small road. So 45% of our soy is dead end. So there's no through traffic. So very difficult to provide efficient mass transit in Bangkok because you have so many dead ends, right? So what would be the choice of transportation in the future? Taxi, motorcycle, taxi. So you see it increasing in number of motorcycle taxi because it can go to the dead end very conveniently. So that's why we see the increasing in number in motorcycles. And that will be the problem we have to look in the future, how to make motorcycle safer. And that's the only way that we can commute in this dead end situation. Right now you have like motorcycle taxi, 100,000 already increasing. So it's a carrier of the future. If you have kids, you want to make sure that they have carrier. Maybe think about Grab or motorcycle taxi. Because they will never end. They will increase in number for sure, right? Because the nature of the Bangkok road. And you see the super block. I mean, in Bangkok, we have, because when you go to like Japan or maybe Tokyo or New York, you have blocks, right? Road in blocks. Maybe you have like 200-meter blocks, and so you have small road. But in Bangkok, we have called mega block. We have like big road, maybe 2 kilometer, and then you have small soils. So it's very difficult to do the mass transit properly. Even crossing, you know, road crossing. Usually we have road crossing at major intersection, right? But because of Bangkok, the block is so huge, so you need like a crossing in between, and that caused the problem too, you know. So I think the dead end and the mega block that we have, because usually we build big road first. We don't do the city planning. We build big road, and the soil, the small road, come after, and then that caused a problem. And this problem very difficult to fix. So it's what we have. So we have to use the technology that, I mean, respond to this constraint that we have. And we have 3 centuries of Bangkok, right? We start with a canal. So we use boat a lot in the past, and then we have a small period of tram, or maybe only 1 or 2 roads, and then everything go to cars. Maybe because of our Japanese friends too, you know. You invest a lot in Thailand on automobile. So we are dominated by automobile transportation. And that really caused a problem until now. And then you have train afterwards. But train come too late, you know, because the city already have too much sprawling already. So you don't have a node. If you look at Bangkok, where is downtown? Difficult to say, because everything is spreading by the road, you know. So the train come too late. And that's what happened. You have like sprawling. The road, the house is everywhere. So very difficult to find a proper mass transit, you know. And the mass transit it will become very inefficient. Like you have the purple line, right? Go to Bang Yai. End up you have no node. So everyone has to travel a long way to the node. And maybe not very efficient. So I think that's the constraint. We have to think about how to solve it by technology, right? And this is the housing in Bangkok. This one is the outer ring road, right? So this one is about maybe 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers. The red is a condominium. The blue is a townhouse, and the green is a detached house. You see the spreading of the housing, right? You cannot afford any single house, like detached house in the downtown. Everything has to go to in the outer ring road. And that's where the first jobber go to buy their house, right? The condominium, even if it's too expensive for them, so now they buy something out here in the outer ring road. And where is the job? The job is here. This is a heat map of the office space in Bangkok, right? Focus mainly in the Rashada Pisek Road in the CBD. So we have like 10 million square meter of office space, mainly focused in CBD. We have something in Chiang Watana or something in Bang Na a little bit. But residents outside, like 40 kilometers in the like outer ring road, and office tower in the inner ring road, and then end up we have something like this every day, you know. People commute every day. And they're very difficult to solve, you know. Even you have BTS, right? Going through Såᴛ Taksin here, just go across. So you still have traffic competing with the BTS. So I think this is a thing that we have to think. Maybe you have to do some new city zone. You have maybe to build new zone on the eastern side, something. But to solve the constraint, not so easy. And also we have some pollution problem, right? Because we have so many people using cars a lot, so they release a lot of the carbon dioxide and the greenhouse gases. So, and you can see that the 4 months, now you are happy, but wait until November. You see more PM 2.5 and the condition getting worse. And this is another challenge that we have to deal with, right? And I think the research mainly come from the ICE, internal combustion engine, come from the car. So it's a serious one. So what's the solution for it, right? I mean, I like this book by Ben Green. He's from MIT. You don't need smart city. You just need smart enough city, right? You don't need to be so. I mean, we have so many smart projects. You know, end up most of them are big failure because we focus too much on technology. So you need 3 circles. You need solution that technology that people desirable. You need business viable too. Investment should be proper, not too much, and then the technical should be feasible. Sometimes we focus mainly on the red circle, that technical feasible. We forget about how much to invest. It's to serve the people. So I think in order to get the technology, which is the theme of today's seminar. You need this T-circle, and you need something that intersect in the middle. So maybe this forum, you need to include economists, you need to include like social or maybe people to share their voice too. Sometimes we focus more on the red circle. End up technology is feasible, but business or people not viable for them. This is a sample of the technology provide solution. So you just follow technology and then just follow GPS, and end up in the middle somewhere, and got stuck. So sometimes technology by itself cannot really solve the problem. I like one book, Ben Green also. He said, technology cannot provide answers or even questions on its own, right? So I think you have to start with questions from you, from human, right? And then after that, you can find solutions. So don't think that technology can give you solution without good questions. So I think it's our job to ask the right questions, and then technology can help to provide answer, right? I think for the technology to solve the traffic problem, there are two ways. One is a technology-oriented mindset. The other one is people-oriented mindset. I think we, as a governor, we need the second one. We need people-oriented. Like Kun Michael, what he's doing is so simple, You don't need something very fancy. You just need some reflective, proper signage for road crossing. Need proper, like, color or maybe the paint with proper width. You need something for the motorcycle to stay at the intersection. Something simple, but answer to the need of the people. So I think be aware, be more people-centric, not like technology-oriented mindset, And Townsend, he's an expert on like city planning, right? He said, smart is not good. Doesn't equal. Sometimes it's good. So I think future cities that solely engineer for efficiency might not be a good place to live in. Yeah, so the same thing, you should think about what people need, right? Like Bangkok, you see, when you look at this picture, we feel it's common for Bangkok, right? You have like the bridge for pedestrian, but that's you focus on road more than people, right? What happened to the elderly, the handicapped, the wheelchair? How can you cross this street? End up they have to cross under, and then accident happen, and then get killed or get injured. So this is the mindset of like previous planner, I think. Focus, give priority to road, to cars. But now it should maybe more for pedestrian, like Japan. I don't see many like a crossover for people. You just go on the road and then give priority to people and then change the mindset of the traffic. So I think smart city is people-oriented and focus on the process, not product. So for the better Bangkok, I think we have some technology that we start implementing during the last 3 months, right? I think we need to empower people, not empowering car, empower people. Ask them. We try to promote walkable city, simple. Public transportation engineering, and we do some traffic management. Empowering people, I think Dr. Jup is here. I saw him. He's somewhere here. Mama? Oh, outside. Okay. He's still with the lunch, I think. So I think usually in our department, we have like many silos, right? So each department, each district work independently. So how can you combine these two? I think use digital. So we use digital to penetrate silos and then make the platform that everything combined together. So now we can work more efficiently for many problems and also for the traffic problems. Usually our procedure is like a pipeline, right? Usually I jog in the morning, right? I jog early city run in the morning. And now people know that I'm jogging. So they wait for me. I come and they hand me, Governor, I have a problem. So they hand me like a love letter, In fact, it's a hate letter, but so I take it. So they inform me, okay, we have a problem at this location. The light went out. So they gave me problem. So I told my deputy governor, fix it. My deputy governor said to his people, fix it. So it takes time, the pipeline, and then end up someone will fix it in 2 months. 2 months, right? Because it has time. It's common, I was surprised when I became governor. The letter that sent to me take 1.5 months to reach me, The time it was received at the desk until it reached my table, 1.5 months. 12 signature. It's Thai style. So they have a long pipeline, pipeline to reach me. If you have big pipe, if you have connection, it gets fast. If you're my friend, it might come to me in one day. If you are someone with no connection, it will take years. So this is a pipeline which is very inefficient, right? But I mean, the business transformed this long time ago. Business transformed it to platform, right? So when you have platform, you don't need connection. You just throw your demand onto the platform. Everybody see it, and you have to grab the demand and serve it. If I want to eat the pizza here, I just throw my demand to Grab, and someone will serve it, right? I don't need to know anyone, and they don't have to care who I am. They will service me. So why don't you change the public office to be like this? So we introduce, we call traffic from do. It's a simple thing, app. You just take picture of the problem you see. Traffic problem, take picture, send it to the app. So it put the GPS location. So you know this problem, where the location is, which district, who is responsible. So what is on the platform, anyone who is responsible should take a look and then solve it. So simple, So it's a basic concept. Just no investment. It's a free application developed long time ago by Dr. Chup. He's still outside, so you can talk to him. The first day we announced this app, the first day that I was confirmed by the election committee, 20,000 complaints come to this app. This crashed the website, because we didn't expect it. And until yesterday, 3 months, already 133,000 complaints. 133,000 complaints. And we fixed it. We fixed 71,000 of them without me signing or ordering anything. It's automatic. Why it's automatic? Because everyone knows that this problem maintained for how many days and who responsible. I know that this district is efficient or inefficient. So it's transparent, So everyone see the problem, who delay, who caused the problem. So everyone want to fix it, The district manager order people like 3 staff to look at this platform every day. When report, fix it. So I think it's really solved the problem. And another thing is, it's really democracy, Because every complaint is bit and byte. It's nothing related to me or anyone. So you don't need connection because everyone is equal on this platform. Bit and byte. There's no governor friend or no someone's friend. Everything is equal on digital platform. So this is a true democratic system. And then it solves traffic problem too, Like we have lots of footpath issues, like 78,000 report, and we solve like 4,000 of them. And we have like the road issue, road safety, like nearly 30,000 report, and we solve like 15,000 of them. So this is so simple, use technology and use people to report the problem to you. And then you have many alliance with you, empower people to solve the problem, right? And then there are many things happening, the lighting and the road safety, the crossroad that cause the problem. We promote the walkable city, right? We plan to make 1,000 kilometer walkable footpath. So maybe 20 kilometers per district and focus and make it happen. So this one can be done for sure, right? And look at Bangkok, the walkway, right? We don't use, if you don't have space, just use paint. At least paint the walkway, right? What you are doing in Japan. So this is so simple. You don't need high technology, but people-centric, right? So I think you see many of this soil in Bangkok. No walkway. But in Japan, maybe similar condition, but they provide some marking, And we plan to do some walkable way in Chatrium Road, which is the major hub for transportation. And we plan to do like public transport re-engineering, connecting feeder to the mass transit system. We have very good the arterial line, but the feeder is poor. So we try to promote more feeder, maybe bicycle, maybe bus connecting, more travel. This is real technology. So we add more technology in to provide efficiency to the system that we have, right? And then look at as a service, put app on, report how long you have to wait for the bus, where is the availability of the tuk-tuk. Right now we call Move Me. It's a tuk-tuk that you use application on call. So this one can enhance the efficiency and look at mobility as a service through the platform, right? So you see many options. So we are promoting the ecosystem for the EV too, right? Traffic management, I think right now the problem is the traffic is controlled by the police, not BMA. So we have to help them provide more information. And I think for road construction issue, the easiest way to solve the problem, right? We have lots of construction, delay and then not good condition. If I go there, it will fix in one day, you know. So I said, example, I visit the location and other people will do the same, and then they can solve the problem efficiently. So you have to walk the talk as a governor, you know. You have to go see the problem yourself and make like a leadership example that be serious about improving the condition of the road. Okay, and then we plan to introduce ITMS. This is, maybe many of you will be an expert on this. So we plan to introduce ITMS for managing traffic light in Bangkok in the future. Also for the fine, the regulation, controlling of the traffic violation using more technology. Okay, and I think that the mindset is also important, right? Because one day I talked to one analyst group when I was the CEO of the Quality House, and then one analyst raised their hand and said, Professor, when the mass transit 12 line is finished, right, you have good mass transit. So now I can drive to work, right? So he said, when the train finished, there's no traffic jam, so now she can drive to work. You are the traffic, ladies, you are the traffic. Don't cause traffic jam. If the public transport is good, use it, right? I mean, so we have to change the mindset of the people too. So technology itself maybe solve part of the problem, but there are many issues that we have to concern too. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chacha Sittipan, the governor of Bangkok. Could you please stay on the stage for 5 minutes? Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jula Sukmanop to come onto the stage and give the token of appreciation for Dr. Chacha, please. Thank you. Next, could you please be on the stage for 1 minute? I would like to have a photo session with the ATRANS member, ES member, and also Director General and Member of Parliament, Nikon Jamnong. Please, thank you.
And our next session will be the topics on city and mobility in a digital age, transportation technology, and will be 5 speakers. First speaker is Mr. ᴄᴏᴰᴰ. Second is Dr. Yonghyun Lee and Mr. Dong-ho Kim.
And we also have Dr. Pasakon Pathomabut. He is a Senior Executive Vice President of the Digital Economy Promotion Agency, or DEPA, Thailand. And Dr. Wassan Patara Atikom, Team Leader, Intelligent Transportation System Research, Communication and Network Research Group, National Electronics and Computer Technology Center on NECTEC. Please welcome on the stage, please. Thank you.
In this session, we will have a moderator. We would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. ᴨᴏ Narupiti from Chulalongkorn University as a moderator. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we shall start our session now. It's a bit late. Dr. Wasan would come shortly. All right. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself shortly. My name is ᴄᴏ宜Ʞ I'm the professor at Chulalongkorn University, and I'll be your moderator for this session. And let me sit down to try to introduce a speaker one by one quickly. We have 4 speakers on 4 topics, and they are quite famous and knowledgeable in this field. So this session is about the digital technology in the digital age, and our Bangkok governor, Dr. Chatrium, has mentioned some of them, and he also gave comment that, hey, not only technology, but also people and other things, enough smart technology would be good for him, food for everyone. Okay, and this session, you will hear a wide range of topics, though, ranging from planning and development of specific technology, like smart city. Especially, I like to hear some examples in Thailand and in Japan. And we're going to talk about some also specific technologies like autonomous driving, digital maps, and things like that. And also, we will talk about the city planning, city platform, and also Dr. Wasan, who will come shortly. He is the creator of Traffic Fondue. So you will hear more on the Traffic Fondue that our Bangkok governor mentioned. Okay, without further ado, I would like to start this session by calling the first speaker to speak in the topic. Okay, well, because we have limited time, so I think we will run 4 speakers. And then after 4 speakers finished, we're going to have the Q&A session. Okay, let me first start with the first speaker, Mr. Aiba, right? Yes. Well, let me introduce briefly Dr. He's knowledgeable in civil engineering, land readjustment specialist, and urban development as well. So, okay. And please start your speaking. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. My name is Yasuhiro Aiba, a JICA expert regarding urban development and the smart city. Usually, I provide advice and suggestion for State of Railway Thailand, SRT, and its subsidiary company, SRT Asset Company, that totally manage SRT's property assets. And as to my presentation, in this program, most presenter deliver their presentation in terms of academic field. But as to me, I'd like to deliver my presentation in terms of practical cases in Thailand and Japan. And I would like to introduce 2 smart projects in Thailand by JICA and the smart vehicle project by private companies in Japan in accordance with objective of this conference. Today's contents are as follows. First, I would like to introduce Bansu Smart City project. And second, also I would like the second topic is JICA SATREP's project Smart Transport Strategy for Thailand 4.0. SATREPs means the Science and Technology Research Partnership Program. And number 3, this is autonomous vehicle project in Japanese experience. And finally, as you might experience in Thailand, I'd like to introduce lessons and perspectives for smart cities. Oh, sorry. Okay, at first, as to Bansu Smart City, most Thai people know where Bansu is, but there's some Japanese attendants here, so I would like to introduce some location. It is about 10 kilometers away from the center of Bangkok. There's a famous tourist destination. Chatrium market is southern part of this Bansu area. The area is 32 kilometers from north to south and 1.2 kilometers west and east, and with 372 hectares, so huge scale urban development. And next, the purpose of this urban development project is there's a framework called the ASEAN Smart City Network. That is 26 cities in 10 countries. Asian countries have been selected as a model city for smart cities. In Thailand, there are 3 cities has already been selected. One is Phuket, and the second is Chonburi Amata city, and the third is Bangkok here. So that's why we aim to realize smart city. The first objective of this development is to develop large-scale urban development that will function as the largest transportation hub in South Asian countries. And the second is Bansu aims to realize smart city with low environment impact, where small electric vehicles, district cooling system, renewable energy, etc. are implemented and the IoT technology is installed. And meanwhile, as to Thai side, the purpose of SRT, especially as a landowner, is to maximize the land value of real estate and attract private sectors and decrease a huge amount of the debt through urban development around this station. And next urban development project promotion structure. In December 2020, the Ministry of Transport and SRT and Japan side, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism, or EMIRIT, and the UR Urban Resiliency signed the Memorandum of Cooperation on Technical Cooperation. On the Thai side, SRT Asset Company under the SRT has established in order to manage entire Bansu areas. Now, I support both SRT and SRT asset companies. Smart cities in Thailand will be certified by DEPA. According to DEPA, there are 7 clarifications for smart city budgets to predicting cities and provinces have to acquire multiple categories, including the classification of environment. The Bansu aims to be approved in the areas mobility, energy, and environment. When it comes to mobility, JICA master plan suggests pedestrians and cars should be separate by letting passengers moving on a sky deck. And also, small vehicle also pass through on the sky deck. This is the basic idea. And also, we plan to set a smart energy network such as a microgrid system and beams and helmets. And in addition, JICA master plan suggests a city OS actually city platform data. The management, mobility, and these energy systems should be installed. As to the city OS, city platform data, maybe the Pasakon-san kindly give a concrete introduction at the end of this session. And next, JICA's SATREP project Smart Transport Strategy for Thailand. This also implemented by JICA and other experts. This project is a 5-year project. JICA's technical cooperation project conducted and mainly supervised by Professor Dr. Hayashi-san in Chubu University and Professor Dr. Tanarak of Tamasato University. And also Osaka University and Kagawa University from Japan side, and the Kasesat University, Churai University, and the Asia Institute of Technology from Thai side join this project. And this project objective is to develop a methodology to evaluate the policy package to realize smart transportation strategies that improves the quality of life, or saying QOL of Bangkok citizens, and contribute to low carbon city. And the second objective is to propose a policy package Sukhumvit model for Sukhumvit district, facilitating smart transportation working comfort for last mile link for district and rail users. And the outputs are as follows. There are 4. Firstly, to develop land use and traffic simulation model by reflecting transportation operation data using this kind of AI and the system into a micro simulation model. And they will analyze the public transportation network and estimate the potential location of urban service facilities. In the traffic simulation model, hourly traffic congestion conditions and the distribution of travel time are estimated. And then departure time can be adjustable. The second output is the development of keyword assessment methods. Smart transmission and street design proposal, right? The second one. Using a ride-hailing application, it's using the provide mass service of small EVs. Kun Akoma-san has ever joined this people. And demand between the apartments, stations, and major facilities in Sukhumvit area, and where traffic congestion is serious. At the same time, they collect opinions and information from the users to estimate the QOL. The third output is development of QOL assessment methods. And the fourth output is development and visualization of using digital earth system. So this means from the output of these from 1 to 3, they have a plan to visualize these results on the digital space. And number 3, this is I would like to introduce example of autonomous driving in Japan. As of first, we will introduce the project at Haneda Innovation City, where Pratt has ever visited in this May. And they explain a lot of IoT technologies there. And also, I take SRT and SRT8 officers to Japan, and they also experience autonomous vehicle driving system. And this is very easy to understand. Oh, maybe. Oh, can you start? Normally, Japanese handle right side, same as Thailand. So, but this car is nothing, and this vehicle runs at the maximum speed of 18 kilometers, not so high speed. And as you can see, these passengers need to only touch the panel on the left side. However, as to the Japanese Road Traffic Act, so it seemed to be required or handle, but as to this autonomous vehicle, only have a controller of PlayStation is actually driver handle. Anyway, this operation company seems to tackle with labor shortage of bus drivers. That is the original reason to do this project. And next is this is a social experiment, autonomous driving on public roads by a Japanese company called Makunika. The security driver is only the security driver is on the car, and but he doesn't touch any handle without avoiding urgent obstacles. The car runs 1.2 kilometers between the two stations to serve a shuttle service. And using this Makunika's technology, the company will conduct a social experiment with an NSTDA in Thailand government organization to do a social experiment with use golf cart around the Bansu Grand Station. This is also autonomous driving system will be installed. Maybe this experiment will be implemented within a year. And finally, I would like to propose the word TEC. This is during my stay in Thailand, I feel a lot of things to realize smart cities. TEC tech, the T is initials of trial, and E is initial of Ethan, and third, the initial of collaboration. Trial is implementing a social experiment as a trial. The Ethan is Ethan regulation and legal advice and so on. And the collaboration, as Kun Chacha-san told earlier, also not to be a silo. Private and public academia collaboration is so important. I agree with him. Okay, that's all. Thank you. My presentation finished.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we hear a lot of interesting projects in Thailand, like the one in Bangsu or Chatrium, which has done ᴨᴏ model, and also see some examples of some technologies in Japan, like Yokohama, autonomous driving. And I liked the last slide that he mentioned about TEC, trial, ease, and collaboration. We come back later then. I would like to move on to the second speaker today, Dr. Lee. And let me introduce you briefly. Dr. Lee has a PhD in Department of Geography, and he holds many positions in the senior advisor on program management unit for competitiveness in Bangkok, Thailand, and FATOS in Seoul, Korea, Pioneer and World Bank, and so on. A lot of experiences. So please start your topic on let me see. Okay, maybe you can show your topic of speaking today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor ᴨᴏ, for kind introduction. Okay, this is my honor and pleasure to be invited to speak on the topic of ADAS map-based unmanned driving. And this presentation was developed with Dr. Mr. Dong-ho Kim, the CEO, founding CEO of Patos. He is sitting over there, but because of time limit, I will speak alone. And I will speak on the framework of the future urban mobility ecosystem evolution. Based on this framework, I will review the two important global players' strategies and solutions. And with this, I would like to position the Patos solution and business model and how to work with Thai partners to build a certain mobility ecosystem. That is what I will be presenting today, the framework. And as you understand, you are familiar with the long history of competition between DC, Edison's DC, and Tesla's AC. Eventually, the DC is seemingly efficient, but AC dominated the market because of the low cost and scale economy. But currently, as the renewable energy system, decentralized power generation system emerges, DC is coming back. So what we could say is that how to trigger the dynamics, leveraging the market is quite strong. So at the same time, we see in the unmanned vehicle industry, two global giants are competing. That is Google and Tesla. But as we understand in the previous keynote speech by Bangkok governor, technical feasibility and business viability is important. But regarding this, Tesla's autopilot seems to be technically feasible. We are doubtful because those enabling solutions are not completed. But at the same time, when we see Google's solution, but it's seemingly technologically feasible with matching technologies. But we are wondering that how can we build those huge map infrastructure to enable map matching based autonomous driving. So here we could see if we have certain low-cost infrastructure on map, then the Google's technically feasible solutions can enable the unmanned market dynamics. That is what we can think about. Let me compare the Tesla and Google first. Seemingly, Tesla seems to replace making vehicle like a human being. So while vehicle driving, the vehicle can collect road information and then using AI to judge where to go. But as we discussed, this is we are not sure whether this is technologically feasible. But also when we drive by human being, we need also map and also navigation. So Tesla still needs map and navigation after completely technologically achieving the final vehicles. At the same time, Google Waymo's approach is a map matching and location. So we agree that this approach is seemingly technologically feasible. But we don't know whether this can be completed without having the map all across the world. So it takes much cost. So this is the technology and market position of Patos. If we have a economically viable solutions by which algorithm-based high-resolution map creation, light map optimized for mobile services, and data integration and customized services with mashup services. Those kind of technologies can enable or facilitate the unmanned vehicle industry innovation dynamics. For target market, we understand that Tesla's priority market is the electric vehicle owners. And also we can think that Google's target market is consumers who are currently using diverse good Google Maps services. Pathos is targeting special vehicles which need real-time monitoring and control and analytics services. And with this business target and viable technology solutions, Pathos is willing to cooperate with different categories of companies to create the mobility ecosystem. Let me brief about the solutions focused on map and navigation. And the current conventional mapping is initiated by map authorities of each country or large companies. But it has certain limitations of the functions or coverages. But compared to the conventional mapping, Pathos solution provides comprehensive services, and the coverage of area is global. And then this map can be created in a few days. So this map can be used for various purposes. And the core technology of is map mashup structure with ADAS map solution and map format converter to integrate individual countries' map services and also the functional services. And the connectivity solutions for hybrid navigation provides search and RP and route guide and other services on 2D and 3D display. Those will be demonstrated later. Pathos currently provides various car monitoring and control services in Korea with this map. And also Pathos is working with the Singaporean Land Authority to provide mobile one map service. The Bangkok governor just mentioned about three important keywords, as I understand. The platform style management. The second, people-oriented approach, and lastly, location-aware policies. So with this, he can solve the people's complaints in various ways, and that approach was established in Singapore with the help of Pathos. He pointed out the importance of the road bridge. The disabled people cannot use the road bridge. And Singapore has the same concern to enable disabled people to use navigation, which can avoid those kind of the road bridge or high slope road. So Pathos Solution Business Services in Singapore was awarded the best service in Singapore. And also Pathos is working with Thailand and the Nostra map to build 3D navigation services, which will be demonstrated later. And the Pathos solution also provides the terrain analysis, 3D dimensional and road pattern and all those things. So this is what Pathos established in Bangkok, Thailand, across the country. So this the accurate navigation 3D model service also satellite mode can be used for diverse vehicles like passenger car or special vehicles and unmanned driving cars. So the digital elevation model is used. Here, when certain petrol car or some other special vehicles, they will have this kind of path pre-learning capabilities, enable individual vehicles to follow with this learned path so that it can increase the efficiency sharply. And in Korea, PATOS ADAS map is used for unmanned bus and taxi services. So the real-time road and traffic information are synced with PATOS map to provide very various efficient services for the people. And this is established in Thailand. As you see in this 3D models. And I learned that Thailand is promoting electric vehicles very much at the moment. When we provide electric vehicle route guide, the most important thing is how to minimize battery consumption. And to have that achievement, the high slope road should be avoided. The battery consumption is very high when EV using the high slope area. So this navigation reflecting the road condition provides certain routes for EV. And also some special vehicles which are delivering dangerous material should avoid a certain highly populated area or water for drinking river. Those should be avoided. And then this map can provide those optimized route for special purposes. And PATOS has many use cases, but we have only chosen 7 among them. And then PATOS is working with Jaguar Land Rover for unmanned vehicle services. The first one is control. And when cars are moving high slope road, then the gear automatically change it, and also headlight can be shifted to reflect the slope. And judgment, the road information map matching technology provide, enabling this kind of judgment and also perception, where to change the lane, to turn left or turn right. Those things are established. Okay, this is my last slide. As I explained, PATOS, the name of the MOGOS map service is MOGOS. The MOGOS has ADAS map solution and also navigation solution. On top of this, various geospatial data analytics services PATOS has. With this, as I explained, PATOS is willing to work with Thai and also international partners to build a mobility ecosystem. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. It shows good technologies that we need. At least it is fundamental to make it more advanced. And he talked about ADAS map-based for unmanned driving, which is even the slide from the governor. He mentioned about autonomous driving as well. Yeah, very good. Okay, can I move on to the next speaker? The next speaker is Dr. Paskon Pratombut. He's the Senior Vice President of Digital Economy Promotion Agency, or DEPA, Thailand. And he has a wide range of experiences And he used to work in NASDA and also Ministry of ICT and then DEPA. He is also a past president of ITS Thailand. And the topic today, you talk about city data platform. Please.
Thank you. So may I stand? So
oh, okay.
I feel asleep, so I should let us stand up here. Okay, show me my slide. I talk about the smart cities because it's my duties. DEPA, we are the official organizer that drive the smart city in Thailand. Even the Bang Sue area have to comply with the smart city work compliance. So Dr. Chatrium mentioned about the silo in the, maybe in the nation levels. We can break that in the lower level, like in the city area. You know, because like municipalities is under one, authorities, it's easier to manage the data. So we propose that each city in Thailand, if you want to become the smart city, you have to follow the city data platform. So what is the platform? It's like a Facebook platform that you to easier to chat or to send a message, but the city data platform make it easier to share, to find the data. If you want to research on the energy in Bangkok, you can look at the smart city data platform and look at the catalog. So this make it possible and easier for anyone to utilize the data. So because we have a limited time, so I will try to skip some slides. Okay, this is the mandatory. It's like a template. Every city in Thailand, any city with more than 10,000 of the population can apply to become the smart city, any city in Thailand. But this is like a template. There are 5 requirements, and you see that one of them in the middle is called the city data and securities. So it's required that they have to implement the city data platform. So I will show you later what it looks like. This is some criteria because we have defined the smart city into 7 areas. In mobility is one of them at the bottom here, and also Bang Sue area. So they don't have to implement whole 7 smart. It just depends on the context of the cities or the requirements or the pain points of the cities. They can pick, but the mandatory is a smart environment. So it's the must that they have to implement. So today, there are 30 cities that have already passed the criteria and get the incentive from the government. One of the incentives is the BOI tax exemption and some budget from the government. So from the proposals, when we do the analysis, we see that from the 7 smart area, this is mobility is the number 3, top 3 of the budget spent and number of projects. The top 1 is the energy. It's take a lot of money, like a smart grid, district cooling. So the budget in the mobility is in the number 3. And if we do the analysis, so many cities, they require traffic management. It reflects that because of traffic jam. So we find out that, okay, maybe it's not about the accident, but about the traffic management to make it the more flow of the traffic. So basically, when we talk about the smart city, that we do the digital transformation of the city, simply speak. With the, okay, I will skip some right here. And this is some usage of the data from the accident data, so we can analyze the hotspot, where is the back spot of the accidents, and then we can pinpoint to see and how to manage the physicals to make it safer. And at the end, this is the trend of the smart city. Every city tries to become the digital twin. So it is merging between the virtual like a cyber and the physical together. So you can easier to manage in the real time, to manage the traffic manage the accident, incident in the real time that affect the physical and digital is come together. That's why it's called twin. Many cities try to implement this one. Okay, the digital twins also require the situation or the real-time information of the city. Thanks to this era of the digital IoT, the sensor is cheaper and can get more communication with the 5G in a very low latency. You can get a lot of data in the real time. And then you can do the edge computing to do the analysis or the cloud computing. So a lot of the, application like one of our speakers talking about the Taffy Fongdu. Taffy Fongdu is kind of the data from the human beings. People, it's our sort of data. They can feed the data. They can take a picture of the data to do the analysis and to the day-by-day operations. Even our M4, the multi-lane free flow, we can also collect the data and use this data in another, purpose, not only for the e-ticket or, okay. Okay, I would like to show this one. This is from German. They set up the communities to share the data and open data for free. It's from people to people, communities. And they have the training class. They have the one-stop to sharing the data, and they have a lot of data from weather data, infrastructure, load, environment. So this is the ideal that you want to become like this one. So that's why the concept of city data platforms come. We want the community of data. It's like an ecosystem of data. Not just we have the data, not just sharing the data. We have to encourage them to train the data or to share, open, or even do the contest on the data. I think could do that because I think have some data on idea. This is another one that very interesting. The GTFS. In the silos, they may have a different standard. Even they want to share, but they don't have the common standard. So they cannot share. So this is why the interoperabilities between the silos have to come out. This is one of the mobility data. You can check this website. They come out with this kind of the standard that they can share the transit data. And at the end, many applications, many tools follow this standard. That now today is a big community using just the common standard. So smart city also require this kind of interoperability of standard, like the same metadata that we can share between the transit data. Okay, I skip. Many solutions here. Okay, many cities like in Dublin or in London, they also have the data. Even Bangkok also have the Bangkok data.go.ts something. So they try to open and share. But anyhow, this is our proposal. So we have the framework. If you have the data, you should implement one. The first one is a catalog of the data. It doesn't mean that you have to pull the data to your cloud system. The data belongs to the owner of data. What we need is just the link. The catalog is the link to that data. You don't have to, steal your data. It's just the link. And API, application programming interface. Because we have to share the data. It should be machine readable data. It's not just the PDF or the JPEG picture. It should be the API, JSON that we can make it machine to machine to talk automatically. It's machine readable. And at the end, it's called data governance. How do you control the quality of the data? how good is the data, who is the owner of data. Because if I want to get this data, I have to ask for authorization from somebody. So this one will tell us. So this combination of the three major functions is we call it a city data platform. And we have the manuals. Anyone in the city can download. And again, you can, but it's in Thai. You can download. This is a framework. And even Bangsu area, you have to follow this criteria, become the smart city. Okay, this is some kind of the real sample of the ᴄᴏ in Bang San that they also implement our concept of city data platform. You can check out the citydata.in.th. So you can see a lot of cities, and one of them is ᴄᴏ. Even in Chatrium also have this kind of the system. A lot of data and some dashboards on the web page. It is just the low-level levels. Okay, and summarize that, okay, we propose this one, the city data platform, because of the challenge of the silo base, like Dr. Chachat had just mentioned before. And so the data governance to guarantee the quality of the data, the audience of the data, the lack of manpower, the data privacy, and because we have no standard to the links, the object of the data. So that is our proposal, and it's already in the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pascon. And to have the city data platform, I think we have to go through a lot of things. At the moment, I think we're going to fix a little bit of the slide. So maybe I can ask a few questions. Maybe I start with Dr. Pascon. Very interesting to have like what you call template that everybody has to think about. Like so we have interoperable data, and then we have data governance. Apart from ᴄᴏ, maybe you and I think the last one you mentioned about kind of the problems that we faced. Maybe can you pick the most important kind of the biggest problem that we faced to show other people, please?
Yeah, I think that the mindset of the data owners, because they pay for that data and they want to own data. But the mindset, I think we have to change that. If you can share, you can, add more values. For example, the Via Bus in front of my slides. Via Bus is the startup company. They implement the applications to tell you when will the bus arrive. How do they get the data? They get the data from the GPS of the BMTA, the Bangkok public bus. Bangkok Metropolitan Transit Authority, something, BMTA, they have the GPS data. They don't have to spend money to implement any application, but they get a very good application from the startup. And it's very sustainable because startups have to survive with a good business model. So you see the power of the open of the data. So that is the mindset. So if you keep the data and you try to implement by yourself, maybe you spend a lot of money and it fails. But if you open it and maybe you arrange a hackathon, so many startups try to, pitching to get the best app for you. The idea.
All right, thank you very much. And maybe I move on to the last speaker for this session, Dr. Vasan Patra Atikum. He's at NECTEC, National Electronic and Computer Technology Center. I think he's a now famous guy, Traffic Fondue, so everyone knows it throughout the country, right? And you will present about the Traffic Fondue today. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll take a stand. It's a mix about in Thai and in English. It's a platform to help three kind of people. These three people is the citizen who encountered the problem. That's the first one we want to help. But we cannot leave the other two, which is the citizen worker who going to fix it, and the management who are responsible to fixing the whole thing. This is the three persona that we focus on. How we do it. At first, we come up with the platform objective, how we would like this platform to achieve. The first one, and this is from the management, the first one is that we want citizen engagement, the participation of the citizen. This is the first step. If the citizen is not convinced that they can participate, and the participation is going to contribute to something to fix the problem and make the city nicer, better, it will not get any, but it's their pain. So we would like that to happen. The second is to make them have the hope that the problem is going to fix and they have a better area to live. The third one is to empower not only the citizen to find the problem, but also the citizen, also the city worker, that they can fix that in their own responsibility. Not just that they need to do it from the management. The platform need to be able to give that empowerment to these two people, the citizen and the city worker. And the final thing is the connection, the direct connection from the citizen to the management, and the city worker to the management as well. Whatever they put into the platform mean they told the governor, they tell the governor this is what their problem is, without we call the pipeline and the gateway in the middle. And as well as the city worker, what they do, what they fix, this is how they show their work to the governor. Whether it's good or bad, this is the venue, the platform that they show how they get the job done. So this is the platform objectives. Three more characteristics that the management want is that we want equality in the system, because Dr. Chatrium go anywhere, everyone will submit the complaint to him, and he have to go to the pipeline if they don't have the platform. With this platform, everyone can enter the problem to the platform equally. You can be the friend of Dr. Chatrium, or you can be nobody. But in the platform, you are nobody. But it's something that the problem need to be fixed. The second thing is, this is very important, I think Dr. Pasakon also mentioned this, is to disrupt the silo mentality into collaboration and alignment. I think this is the main problem of a government or any organization, this inefficiency, that any part of the organization just don't share information, just work on their own dimension without thinking or collaborate with the other. So we want platform that be able to make them collaborate and going into the same direction. If Dr. Chatrium would like to make this, would like Bangkok to be a better living place, everyone has to work toward that direction. The platform needs to be able to deliver this. And the third one is a flat organization and transparency. And so with this platform, we would like the problem to send directly from the citizen to the worker immediately without any problem in the middle. And also the transparency, whoever do the good work or bad work, it will be transparent, not only to their boss, but to the other citizen, to the top management. This is what we want from the system. So to achieve this, we use the concept from changing the how we attack the problem from pipeline. Pipeline is a lot of steps that we have to jump through the hoops, that we go to the first step and to the second step and to the third step. And then in each step, there's a gateway that is usually inefficiency, doesn't work with the other step or thinking their own things. Like we go through custom, this step, we want to submit a proposal, this step, and that's the pipeline. In platform, the problem is put it into like a board. And everyone who associate or know that this is the problem can take that job and do it because they know their responsibility. So we use the platform to disrupt this inefficiency in platform, in pipeline. So, and this is very common. We use it every day in Grabs, in Airbnb, right? Usually if you want to make a room reservation, we have to call the hotel or we have to go search the website. That's a pipeline. In Airbnb, anyone can just put their rooms in. Anyone who interested, just go search, and there's a matching, then you get the room. That's it. It's very transparent. As well as the Uber, that's also the platform, or Amazon. So the same as the books or the rooms or the vehicle, in Fondue, it's a city problem. So when citizens find a city problem, they just post this city problem into the platforms, into a whiteboard. Anyone who involved in this platform, just pick it up from that platform. The district who responsible for this area, the sub-district who responsible for the sanitary of this area, just pick up those problems and work it immediately. This worker can be on the street, and they can get this notification from the citizen that in their area, in their responsibility, there's a problem with the garbage not picking up, or the road that was so a lot of pothole, or the sidewalk that was so crooked, within anywhere, anytime, within this platform. So that's what we would like to happen. Okay, so what we deliver? For the citizen, we would like it to be very simple, very minimum effort. So it takes 30 seconds to 1 minute to post any problem to the platforms. And they can do it anywhere, anytime, in any mobile. And in Thailand, because LINE is so prevalent, 77% of citizens has LINE and use it every day. My mom, who is 66, my father is 77. They even use it more than me because they're free. They have more free time. So we use LINE, and they can use it without any installation of any new apps. And there is a satisfaction that they know that whatever the problem they pose, to go directly to the worker who is responsible directly. And this management is watching, and the other people are watching how the problem can be fixed. For the worker, they can have the complete information immediately. They know the picture of the problem. They know exactly location of the problem, and deliver at their own mobile phone or the desktop if they're in the office immediately. And they can plan for how to fix it. For the management, Dr. Chachat always said, we have 100,000 cases in 2 months, 100,000 in 2 months, which is equivalent of 1 year in a normal pipeline. Usually Bangkok has 100,000 cases per year. Right now we operate in 3 months. We have 1,300 cases, and more than 70,000 has been fixed without Dr. Chachat order. That's the beauty of the platform, and that's what job to be done for the governor. They don't need to fix because it's open in the dashboard, in the public area. And when there's a problem, like 2 weeks ago, there's a lot of rain, and they want the data so that they can know where is the sensitive area that the worker have to go rapidly to fix the problem. Then we can open the data. Now all the data in Thavi Fongdu platform for Bangkok, it's open data. All of them, or 130,000 cases. The number is so much I cannot pronounce that. Is open in both format, both Excel format and JSON or API format. So anyone can pick it up and do the analysis, or the department of that responsible for flooding can just take it and overlay to their maps, and then they can know where it's a sensitive area and go to fix it immediately. So that's what we've done. So I think that's about the time that we want. I want to go through. This is the cases of the platforms. We have received several awards, including in Thailand and abroad. 2 last one is the invention of the year and high impact research result. And yesterday, or on Wednesday, we received a Prime Minister Award on this. And next month, I was received another one this morning and cannot there. So we have another one coming up next month. This is the dashboard of Bangkok. If you are interested, you can go to this website down below, chair.trafi.in.th. This will all you see. You can filter it. You can see all the data you want. The classification of the problem is AI run it through AI. AI will just classify all the problem people type into flooding, into road, into paveway, and it's multi-label. So it can be that it's the pavement on the road near the school, so it's both education and both pavement. And all this is open up for people to help Ajahn Chachat running Bangkok. So that's what we do.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vasan. Yeah, it's not only for Bangkok, but now it's for many places in Thailand has used it, right?
Yes,
You
actually.
have to show it, right?
Actually, yeah, I forgot about. Within the last month, Korat, Nakhon Ratchasima is the first city outside Bangkok that is using traffic फ़ोंगडू for the entire city.
Good.
Yeah, and 3 more provinces like Chiang Rai, Phetchaburi, and Ubon Ratchathani are interested and working on rolling out.
Yeah, thank you very much for inventing this good platform for us, and thank you for saving us some time for question and answers. Okay, any questions from the floor? I think we have a few minutes for the, yes, please. Yeah, you can stand up and speak loudly, maybe.
We wrote, I used to use फ़ोंगडू. Yeah, I admire your work a lot. I try to send, to inform. फ़ोंगडू is from फ़ोंगडू in Thai. That's some small history. Yeah, very nice. I try to inform 5 complaints. But I received the feedback, maybe just 2. So 3 left. And I didn't satisfy. And then reopen. That's very nice. We can reopen if we don't satisfy. And then 2 months later, quiet. So please check. Maybe that's information that you can improve your software. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, any comments for any of the speakers? Oh, very clear. Yes. Yep. You can add something. Yep.
I believe, congratulations on your very successful contribution to the people and the country. And he mentioned the open data policy, so anybody can use the data. That is a very good resource to improve the people's life in Thailand. But Dr. Pasakon also mentioned about the open data of the institutional data, like a company's data, and they don't willing to share. But I may explain Patos experience. So Patos is a global leading technology, but a small company. So cannot build Korean map navigation, Thailand map navigation, Singapore mobile services. So how can you think that the small company can provide navigation services for 3 countries without money? So only the response, possible solution is getting strategic partnership, which has map data, to work with Patos to provide this kind of countrywide navigation services. So then, how they open their data? If they don't collaborate with Patos, their data is living there. Patos has enabling solutions to facilitate their data become very useful and effective for the people and economy. then they willing to open their data and work for a few years to establish that kind of countrywide services. And also, Patos has recent experiences. Small technology company in Thailand, they build working with 30 local governments, and that they established a very specific city data. They open their data because they are convinced that if collaboration, then their data will be valuable data. So I propose that standardization is very necessary, but win-win condition enabled by core technology is very important to create big data for the economy and people. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps time is up. Maybe one quick comment from me. Yeah, because I go back to Mr. Aida, that very interesting. He mentioned trial, easing, and collaboration. I think it's the same thing. Dr. Wasan and the other speaker mentioned about the data platform and data business. But when we talk about the system, very analogous to the data, seeing, believing. So people need to open mind, use it, make collaboration. So we have trial, easing, the silo, and make collaboration. So that's why I like it a lot. Yeah. Okay, that time's up for this session.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. ᴨᴜ and for speaking on this stage. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Kamada, Executive Director of ES, to present a token of appreciation for all speakers and moderators. We will start with Mr. Aiba, please. Yes. Dr. Lee, please. Thank you. And next, Dr. Pascan, please. Thank you. Dr. Wasan, please. Thank you. And the last one is our moderator, Dr. ᴨᴜ, please. Thank you. So could you please take a photo together, please? Thank you. Yeah, photo session for 1 or 2, 3 shots. Oh, yes, sure. Mr. Kim, please. Thank you.
And the third session of this afternoon will be environmental related transportation and technology such as climate change, disaster, energy, EV, autonomous vehicle, etc. Will be discussed in about 5 speakers. And the first speaker
will be our Emeritus Professor, Dr. Michael Taylor.
The second speaker will be Dr. ᴨᴜᴰᴜᴜ.
And the third speaker is Dr. Masukuma Hasarika.
The fourth speaker will be Associate Professor Dr. Yosapong Laonuan.
Yes, Laonuan, yes.
And the last speaker will be Associate Professor Dr. Naksit Numwong. And we would like to invite Professor Dr. Pongkrit
Klang Bun Klong, yes.
From Khon University as a moderator.
Okay, Dr. Pongkrit Klang Bun Klong, the floor is yours, the session is yours. Thank you. Yes, please. So Professor Dr. Pongkrit Klang Bun Klong will be our moderator today. And Dr. Pun, yes. Yes, we have two speakers on the floor. And how about other speakers? Are they online? So actually, we invite 5 speakers, but now we have only 2 speakers on the floor, on the stage. So I think we would like to continue. So I will give the floor to Professor Dr. Pongkrit Klang Bun Klong. Please, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Welcome you all to this session 3 entitled "The Environmental Related Transportation and Technology." Actually, it's there are 5 speakers. It will involve with the climate change, electric vehicle, disaster management, and autonomous vehicle. Please let me start with the first speaker. The first presentation is entitled "Adapting Transportation Engineering Practice to Climate Change," and will be presented by Emeritus Professor Dr. Michael Taylor. He's professor at Transportation Planning, University of South Australia, Adelaide, Australia. And recently he published his book. It's about the climate change adaptation for transportation system. Well, if the online system is ready. Mike? Professor Taylor, oh.
Yes, I'm here.
Good to see you again. Well, the floor is yours, Mike, please.
Right. Now, Pongkrit, you're going to work my slides for me, I hope.
Yep.
Is that correct? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm working out.
Right, good. I'm just not sure. I have a series of slides for this presentation, and I believe that somebody there can work them for me.
Okay, the technician people will help you with that.
Right, thank you, thank you. I can make a start anyway, as we're waiting for these slides to arrive. Basically, I want to present to you 3, or maybe 4, obvious facts. The first of these is that climate change is a reality and is happening now. And second is that climate change is going to continue for a long time, whatever mitigation measures we put in place and try and pursue. And so I'm going to argue that transport engineering practice, indeed engineering practice in general, needs to be taking explicit account of climate change. And this has significant implications for professional practice and for engineering education. And that's largely because the engineers who will need to deal with climate change are the engineers who are studying today or, well, haven't even been born yet. We're looking at something that's going to span probably the next 80 years at least. If you could put up the next slide, please, I will present the four main parts of this presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about adaptation frameworks and pathways. There's a lot of detail there and I don't have much time, so I will skip over that. Economic evaluation of transport projects is a very important part of our work, and it's a part that so far has not treated climate change very well, and we need to look at that. The provision and management of our transport infrastructure is a significant factor to deal with, and large part of that is to do with the modelling and design methods that we use, and to make sure those methods are taking account of the impacts of climate change. The next slide, please. This is an adaptation framework. It's a very famous one. It comes from the United States Federal Highways Administration. There's a lot of detail in there, and I don't propose to go through it other than just to say you will see this framework is a closed system. Please look at the box on the far left, the vertical text, monitor, learn and review. We are heading into uncharted waters and we need to be observing what happens as we manage transportation systems. We need to learn from the experiences we gain about climate change impacts. We need to review our procedures and to report them to other people. Now, next slide, please. A little bit longer on this one. Economic evaluation, a key part of our engineering practice. We need to work out what priorities we have for which projects and programs we're going to undertake. And conventionally, this has been done by benefit cost analysis or slight variations thereon, and there is big debate about the use of multi-criteria analysis and so on. But all these methods that we have at present suffer from a major problem when we look at climate change. They are not much use or treat poorly the long-term impacts. In fact, benefit cost analysis will discount those away and let's look at things in the more immediate future. Now, when we have climate change extending over decades and decades, and remembering that the life of our infrastructure assets also span decades and decades, let's say 80 to 100 years for a new bridge and so on, how are we going to take account of those impacts in our analysis over that time? And of course, climate change is full of uncertainties. We really don't know yet what will actually be happening. We have to be monitoring what is going on and learning, but we don't know. So how do we put that into analysis? Well, there are techniques, there are methods that can be used in this context. Decision-making under uncertainty. We look into the finance sector and we find that there are a number of well-established methods there for looking at issues about long-term impacts and uncertainties. And there are ideas such as real options analysis, which is a sort of decision tree approach. Robust decision-making is another one. Now, all of these use benefit cost analysis, but they don't do one-off analyses, they do it repeatedly and taking account of the uncertainties and learning new information as we go. So that is the way that we have to adapt our decision-making process and our decision support tools here. And to the next slide, please. Just a moment. For those that don't know, it is actually International Dog Day today, and my little dog has just decided to make a big fuss because somebody's arrived home. Right, okay. Climate change impacts on infrastructure components. There are many of these impacts. There's a small list here, but there are two principal factors, climate factors, that come out that we need to be considering. That is temperature and rainfall, precipitation. And if you want to take a meta view of this and you want to understand what's happening to your transport system and the physical infrastructure that is part of that system, then look at what's going to happen to the water, however that water is, whether it's water, standing water in rivers, lakes, in the sea, whether it's water in the ground or whether it's water in the air. What climate is doing to the amount and condition of the water around an infrastructure asset is going to be a major indication of what will happen to that asset over time. And again, next slide, please. Now, the main part of this presentation, I want to talk about modelling because I have a little case study for you. Now, conventional models, we engineers have used models for a long time, and we have highly developed and refined modelling systems for analysing the performance of a transport system or for individual parts of that system. And those models basically look at the physical and performance characteristics of a particular asset, let's say a freeway interchange, and they look at the load that will be put on that asset, such as the traffic volumes attempting to use that interchange. And then we model the performance. The models that we have basically all been built because of the data they use on an implicit recognition of a certain level or environmental condition, climate condition, but we don't explicitly spell that out. So if it's going to change, we don't know what the impact that might have on the model. So the next slide, please. My next slide, it introduces a new modelling framework that you might use in this context. Now, what we have here, we have the physical and performance characteristics of the asset or the system. We have our demand, our traffic loads we're going to put on the system. But now we also introduce a set of climate scenarios about how the climate might change into the future. And we have to run our model taking account of these different climate scenarios and the different climate variable that might therefore be in each scenario, and look at the performance of the asset in this range of scenarios, and then make some planning decisions and some management decisions based on what looks like might happen to that asset and the effects of a changing climate on it. And again, the bottom of that slide, monitoring, learning and review, because we are going into uncharted waters and our models will need to be redeveloped and refined as we go. Now, that's not, how do we get those climate scenarios? Well, the climate scientists are of some help in this regard, and they've already provided us with some ways of being able to look at local scenarios for climate change. To the next slide, please. I'm going to present a particular case study, which is about road pavement degradation. Now, this is a well-studied area. The conventional primary factor that we want to consider, the primary variable, is the traffic load on the road pavement over time, and that load is related to the axle loads that the road is subject to, and that means we need to look at the heavy goods vehicles, and we have methods of looking at the axle loads in terms of factors such as the equivalent standard axles, the number of equivalent standard axles that the pavement will be subject to over a period of time, and pavements wear out over time. A performance indicator for the condition of a road, a well-known one, is the International Roughness Index, which is basically a measure of the vertical displacement of a test vehicle driven along a section of road to see just how much up and down takes place in that. And we can model the roughness index, as you'll see on the next slide. Now, some years ago now, there was a national study in Australia conducted by CSIRO, which is the federal government scientific research organisation, which is an international leader in climate science, and the Australian Road Research Board. We know all about road pavements. And they did a study to actually bring explicit recognition of environmental and climate factors into the modelling of road roughness. And there's a particular equation you'll see there, and it has a number of components, and they included an environmental component. And it turns out that that environmental influence also affects the traffic load. We'll see that shortly. And then the roughness index at a time t is given by the initial roughness index plus the change in index given by the equation. And the road pavement is assumed to have failed when the roughness index exceeds a particular value, R max. Probably a value around about 7 would be typical. So next slide, please. And this slide actually shows the environmental factor that's brought in. You look at the expression for ET there, you'll see there's a factor, a variable lambda t. And lambda t is a linear function, a linear equation involving a climate index. The particular climate index is a thing called the Thornthwaite Moisture Index, which is a composite index, and it's determined from monthly rainfall and temperature figures for a particular location, how much temperature and rain vary over the months of the year. Now, this index was originally developed for use in agricultural science. It's used as an indicator of the crops that might be suitably grown in a particular place. But it's now also being used widely in infrastructure applications, particularly for infrastructure components like roads and rail tracks and pipelines and so on, things that either are in the ground or lie close to or on the ground surface. So that is our climate variable. Next slide, please. Now, in this particular, we did a small case study here in South Australia. We looked at a road corridor which stretched from north to south over nearly 500 kilometres and a wide range of climate conditions from semi-arid at the northern end down to temperate coastal region at the southern end. And we had data on the Thornthwaite Index, historical data, for some period of time, and then we had climate scenario projections of the index up to 2050. In fact, the index, they went further than that, but we used up to 2050. And if you look at the chart on the right-hand side, that is the Thornthwaite Index, firstly with the red line as it was in the year 2000 from north to south, and then the green line is the index at about 2010. And then you'll see two sets of three curves, which are climate change scenario predictions of the index in 2029 and 2050. And you'll see basically that that index is getting more and more negative over much of the corridor, except for the southern end where it's much more complicated. And Thornthwaite Index getting more negative means basically it's getting drier and probably hotter, but not necessarily, but certainly drier. And so the climate change scenario for this region is that it's drying, is that it's going to get drier and drier and perhaps a little warmer. Now, with that index values in mind and the equation that we had, the next slide, please, shows the result of the analysis that we did, where we looked at the change in, estimated change in road pavement life under the different climate scenarios compared to the assumption of a static climate as it was in the year 2000. Now, the three climate scenarios, we've seen those with the index, but the model also allows you to include maintenance. And we adopted three maintenance regimes. Regime A, which was basically minimal maintenance. Regime C, which was sort of gold-plated maintenance, where we went out and reconstructed the road every 12 to 15 years, regardless of what condition it was in. And then we had maintenance regime B, which is a level of systematic maintenance, but not necessarily wholesale reconstruction. And what we can see by looking at this change in pavement life under the different climate scenarios for maintenance regime B is that the life of the pavement is extended slightly by up to maybe a year or thereabouts, apart from the southern end, where I said everything's a lot more complicated. Now, that's good news in a sense, because it tells us that this drier climate means that under everything else being the same traffic loads and so on, the road will last a bit longer. So that sounds like good news. But of course, it's not the end of the story by any means. And the next slide will show you something else. There are other considerations here. Drier climate, yes, pavement lasts longer, but the road is more than just its pavement. In this particular case, particularly in the northern end, which is a low volume section of road, the design standard adopted for it is a 2-lane road, crossing what are generally dry riverbeds. There's not much water there, by a series of concrete culverts. When it does rain in this region, it tends to rain very fiercely, and there's a lot of flash flooding, and these culverts don't always cope with the flash floods, as you can see in this photograph. Now, if climate change means that the incidence of extreme rainfall events and their intensity may increase, then and the frequency increases, then the likelihood of washouts such as this one, which of course makes the road unserviceable for some time, those are likely to continue to increase. So there are other problems to consider here, not just road pavement performance. We need to know something about extreme events, extreme weather events in this area. And of course, we have the uncertainties of climate change to help us or make it more interesting. Next slide, please. So to conclude, 3 main themes, which I would leave you with. The first is that we need to be looking at how we adapt our practice, not just trying to do the same thing better, but maybe trying to do different things to achieve reasonable outcomes. Risk management is a very important part of this adaptation work, and we need to make sure we have the appropriate decision support tools that go with adaptation and can take account of long-run effects, because those are going to be vital. And the methods and tools we use in analysis and design and planning and construction, and indeed in asset management, they need to explicitly recognise that the climate is changing and try and be looking at how it's changing. As we go, we will learn more about that, and so we need to. The last point I'd make, for those of us who educate future engineers, we need to be focusing on these things. The engineers of the future are the people who are going to spend their professional lives looking at and dealing with these issues. We need to equip them as best we can now to be able to do that. And then my final slide is, next slide, please. You can read much more about it, in much more detail in my particular volume there. So I will leave you with that. I believe that a copy of this presentation should be made available to everyone at the conference. And so, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Well, we will take about 1 or 2 minutes for preparing the presentation for Dr. Pund. We have 1 or 2 minutes. Is there any question or comment on the floor? Well, Mike, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
You mentioned about new alternative method to deal with the problem and to deal with uncertainty for this particular case study. Would you recommend that? What would be that kind of approach to deal with this?
The approach here, which was basically to seek out a range of different climate scenarios and to be able to apply each of those scenarios, represented by the Thornthwaite Index, in the models of the pavement performance. Now, there's also, the other thing that would come into play there in practice is that one would want to look at how you do your maintenance of these roads. Are the factors that we consider important in maintenance now going to be the same in 10, 15, 20, 30 years' time? So we need to be reviewing our basic practice in that regard. How is the maintenance done? How frequently do we look at the road? How do we maintain our asset management systems? How do we assess, and this is where the FHWA framework comes into play, how do we assess the vulnerability of the different components of a particular, let's say a particular road in a particular location? How do we assess its vulnerability and how that might change? The key there is risk management, to be honest. That's the thing that we really need to be building on, to be looking at what is happening, to try to be understanding what is happening, because things are going to be different than they have been in the past, and we need to be flexible enough to take on board different ways of looking at the issues we need to deal with.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. Could you stay with us until the end of this session?
I can. I will mute myself now, so I can just watch you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the second speaker. Well, the title of the next presentation is Climate Change and Disaster Management in Transportation in Thailand by Associate Professor Dr. Pun Thienburanatham. Well, he's the professor at Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Chiang Mai University. He's also the Deputy Director for the Collaborate Planning and Strategy Program Management Unit. The floor is yours, Dr. Pun.
Thank you. I have some PowerPoint and presentation. I will twist a bit about the titles. Would like to recap about a big picture. I'm gladly that Dr. Michael have been introduced very fundamentals of the climate change mitigation and adaptations. One thing is that I think this issue happened is that because of the domains of the climate change have been changed quite a lot for the last 20 years, especially for the carbon market has been changed, and also the Biden agenda and also our Prime Minister COP26 have put forward the direction of the green economy. So once we discuss more in the details, how we discuss more about the transportations. So I would like to touch in two things. The first one is mitigation, climate mitigation, and also climate adaptation, and disaster management also in this part. For the approach is would like to discuss more is just a moment. Okay. From the past, once we split two things together, the things that we need, I think the fundamental of economics have been put forward far enough. The gap is right here. It's not just economic only, but also the implementation. One point that I would like to emphasize is how we make a new investment in green infrastructure. Right now, we cannot separate climate mitigation, which focus more on the carbon emission or carbon credit things, but also we need to invest more about core infrastructure and vital infrastructure that we have that we call transportation infrastructure, and we might include about logistics also. So that foresight that we have it for all of economy, we can see that the fundamental of infrastructure is not adequate to challenge with the coming era. So we cannot see as the spot development of the project. One thing we have to take care together is the big picture, how each two issues that we separate and can be linked together. So we'd like to recap a bit. For transport as a core infrastructure, so we can see that these two things is one, we focus more about what impact we got after the disaster, that we also know that momentum of the extreme weather has been obvious for us. And also, if we focus on different future event, we might have found out different event that coming to us. But from, if we would like to priority at least 4 critical events that we need to take care of. The first one just happened the last summer in the EU, right? About the heat wave. The question is, what is scenario from the heat wave coming for our existing infrastructure? Can rubble of our design can be handled this kind of the 50 degrees Celsius? So that means most of the cost of the transportation maintenance and new investment have to be new design. And the challenging is is coming to us too fast rather than practical can be adapted. We familiar with our basic code and basic culture, but the new era of the climate change, we not just need to start up like 30 years ago. We have to have approach a new method, how we adapt to this kind of new design and new investment too. For example, this kind of the heat wave that's coming up. And also, to elaborate more, the effect of the climate change is not act local. It's not act in the global already. The local effects upon the infrastructure can reflect this kind of the factor that combine together also. That is an example how one effect from the climate change hit us directly. That happened a few months ago in the EU already. Another one that coming up not much in the Thailand, but also the other issue about the haze in the Thailand, but might be in the Wi-Fi in the another area. So how core infrastructure can be handled this kind of situation. Some situation of the thing can happen in the very chronic pattern, but someone come as the acute process. So that kind of the transportation and logistics have been to take care. The thing that we see more serious, rather, if we limit ourselves as a transport, is one part, but also how the whole supply chain can be handled of this kind of event also. Another one is the thing that might be happen in Thai quite a lot. We have been hit already a few years ago, and this year might be high chance to have a big flood coming to us again. And this area in the Bangkok and the southern of Thailand already declared as a prone area for the mega flood. So that will more happen in the near future. And the results from unhandling already show us many investors select to move out from the area that transportation infrastructure cannot be taken care of. So one of the jobs that we discussed with the security sector in Thailand, especially EEC, thinker in someone that be looking for mitigation plan, adaptation plan for the extreme weather in the EEC. Without this kind of plan, investor cannot interest and cannot sure that how we mitigate the risk in terms of the investment. So that means not just a technical part that we need to handle, but also financial scheme, but also the insurance scheme that have to come together as a risk management plan, risk adaptation. At least we can see what is the residual risk inside this kind of process. Transportation and supply chain disruption cause tons of the impact according to the economic issue. So that is, if I pick one of the top 4, the flood or the rainfall is going to be a critical issue for the Thailand. Last few weeks, our mayor, Dr. Chatrium, right, also have been challenged from this kind of the climate change. Yeah, so this is transport issue. It's not just a design only, but how we handle this kind of the understanding around. And also, for more than a decade, risk management is a core part. Doesn't mean we have to take care of everything. If we would like to avoid the risks, to mitigate risk into the zero, that means we have to take care the resource almost infinite. So how we live with the new world in this kind of the balance between investment, risk, and the impact. We cannot do zero zero chance, zero impact, right? But how as a Thailand that have limited budget, can we handle this kind of risks? So that is just not technical part, but we need innovation to how we live with that. If we don't have innovation, we spend in terms of the conventional method as the result from many years from that we already know that it's not adequate. And the last is the drought, might not relate with impact, but at least 4 of this one can be taken care of. So once we discuss more, okay, we see potential impacts from the climate change. What the first thing first is not adaptation. First thing first is a mitigation. We discussed for few decades already, and we have been challenged based on the CDM Kyoto Protocol, and right now we on the Paris Agreement, and we move from the NAMA into NDC method. So, and this year, we have a good news. Ton of the movement will be put forward, even though we have a challenging world right now. So, Thailand already adopt NDC as follow the UNFCCC protocol. And also our Prime Minister already commit that we have a plan already. But challenging now in Thailand situation, yeah, we have a plan. And what's next? That is not normal. No, that is normal. But as the new challenging world, I challenge all of us to find a new way to plan is already hard. I know that. But how to make plan execute it more than 10,000 level harder than come up with a good plan, especially these countries. So we need a new kind of collaboration to make sense of it. The solution is a win-win situation. Solution is a win-win situation not along the cross-sector clients or cross-sector stakeholder, but also along the cross-sector of the people in the past, people in the present, and the people in the future. Because the things we're doing right now, not just for us, but for the future. Infrastructure is discussed about the future. So we need more than 5 years to develop. It's not adequate. And also, so that is a good plan, I'm agree. And that is one example from recheck, come back into the global scale, right? You can see the prediction, one of the aviation approach, still a big gap, still have a big gap. Not just aviation, shipping also have a big gap. So it's a good plan, it's good way, but our kid is not okay for the movement is right now. So we need more than technical issue. I think we break to technical issue from the last generation is quite a lot, but right now we cannot have social issue, how we work together as a Homo sapien, as the right people. Oh, okay, sorry. Just a moment, I will finish up. That is a website that we can go in. That is a approximation how we Thailand overall rating or how we handle this kind of NDC. So many countries in Thailand also include that we are critical insufficient. You can check in the website. What is your country and what is Thailand's situation? So we help together. So from the new model from AR5 to AR6, we have more information to see a clear scenario, what we can handle. That is the detail of this one. What is the gap? What is the action? So we see a lot of the gap. And transportation play a big role in the energy proportion, how we handle this one. This is the old one. I discussed about this strategy for 15 years already, and still hard. We apply many times and fail many times. Only one sector that certain is the fuel switch, right? Fuel switch. But the other issue is hard. It's hard, and we not give up yet. I think this the other generation that provide this kind of strategies is still operate. still quite well. So to prove that it's a critical idea that we can go through. But one thing that rather than avoid, ship, and approve is demand reduction. COVID show us that it's better. That's reduce the demand. So fundamental is how we change the behavior. So the new approach is cannot approach it as one project already. We have to take care it as an area base. We have to take care it as a whole area, as a complex system. If we implement the transportation project in the mitigation as a single project, success rate of this one is almost zero. So according to my experience, I feel experience that approach in this field for many years. The last adaptation to our future, I think Professor Michael already touched many things already. But one thing is one example from the Chulalongkorn team has been shown that Samut Prakan, if the flood is coming at approximate 1 meter, what happened? So that's kind of information go to allow us to think around. We not just in the area of the normal area, but the future climate issue going to be a part of our design too. And the solution, I suggest the idea of the not zero adaptation, resilient approach, how we taking back after the disaster coming back. And right now, at least next 20 years, the climate issue going to hit us not continuously, but hit us in terms of the acute phenomena, how we take care back, how we live with the uncontinuities, transport and supply chain. That should be compromise solutions. And that kind of the mechanism already laid out for quite a few years ago. So the approach of the implementer should adopt the new paradigm already, new approach already. The conventional method is not adequate anymore. So what next? What next is the need rethinking. If we're going to fit with the reality, we have to come back into economic scale. How we make it happen, not just optimize our process, but also make it happen quick enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very interesting presentation, and I think at the end of this session, Q&A would be fruitful. Could I move to the next speaker? The third speaker, the presentation is entitled Satellite Remote Sensing Data for Disaster Management by Dr. ᴄᴏᴰᴇᴇᴄᴇ. He's the director of the Geoinformatics Center at the AIT, Thailand. Dr. ᴄᴏᴰᴇᴇᴄᴇ, are you there? Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So today I'll be talking about how remote sensing data is being used for disaster management, particularly in Asian countries. So, okay, so I'll give a little bit of introduction and also post-disaster satellite data for emergency response in this region particularly, and post-disaster ground building stability and reconstruction monitoring, some project we are doing in Indonesia right now. So this is the drone image of AIT here 40 kilometers north of Bangkok downtown. And we are doing, our area is remote sensing and GIS, agriculture, and disaster management, capacity building, environment, all this area. And in disaster management, Dr. Poon gave a very interesting presentation, and I just like to bring your attention that our center is also doing a lot of risk assessment for infrastructure, particularly road, the risks for landslides and flood along the roads. And we have been very closely working with the ITC, University of Twente in Netherlands, and we are developing a multi-hazard risk assessment platform in open source and in cloud, which will be available from October this year. So it's a very exciting work we are doing. Maybe if some of you are interested, I can get back to you separately. So, well, post-disaster satellite for emergency response. Basically, there is a disaster crisis, and then mobilization happens, triggering the process of situation briefing. And then, I'm talking about satellite, and then their satellites are mobilized for data acquisitions. And then this once data is acquired, and this data is processed and analyzed, and then map are produced, and this is go to the national or local authorities for planning and decision support for emergency response. So this is the basic flow. But I would like to inform you that there are two mechanisms for this kind of implementing this framework. One is Sentinel-Asia, which is led by Japanese Space Agency, JAXA, and also supported, particularly satellite data support comes from Taiwan, India, Taiwan NSPO, India ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, Thailand JISTA, then Abu Dhabi, UAE, they also support the satellite data for this mechanism. But if a disaster is very large scale, then there's an opportunity to upscale to international disaster charter, which is all the satellite data provider or space agency, even commercials like MEXA and all, also contribute to that kind of situation. And so basically this framework is two level in Asia specifically, Sentinel-Asia, and the international level is International Disaster Charter. And our center here in AIT does this pre-processing and analysis. We are the regional hub for data processing, satellite data processing for making map production and dissemination. So we have been doing this one since for 2000, and we compiled the data for 15 years, 2000 to 2014, and then try to see where the satellite derive, how these disasters are activated for satellite data acquisition. And these are you can see the numbers of during these 15 years, 604 hydrometeorological disaster, 169 on geophysical, and biogenic 31. So if you look at Asia, it is a quite large number of activations, and mostly flood and earthquake. Red one is earthquake, blue one, dots are floods here. And this is the distribution of the disasters, and you can see this latitude, and this north hemisphere, this area is the highest number of disasters happening. And also this red line shows the population. So as we know, where population is there will be more disaster. Otherwise, it is a hazard. It is not really impacting people by a particular hazard. And so having population or infrastructure is a very important criteria to bring about the disaster. So that's why you can see this north hemisphere has a lot of disaster, particularly Asia and Europe. You can see these two areas. So we also published a paper in Science, I think in 2016 on this. This I take from our paper in Science. So this effort is being continued every year we are doing. And I am giving you, say, last year October to July this year. So these are the different disasters happen in different countries, and also the type of disaster: flood, volcanic eruption, oil spill, earthquake, like that. And also parse availability of data from acquired by these space agencies and provided to us. And we generate the evaluated products. These are the number of products. And if you can see this star, these are the big disasters which is upgraded to the international disaster charter. When it upgraded to disaster, then we get much more images, and you can see more products are generated to put in use by to the countries. So this is one of the disaster in Indonesia, December last year, eruption in volcano in Indonesia. And we use some microwave satellite data, SAR satellite data to detect the changes, or for example, these red areas, these are changes after the disaster, particularly maybe this lava flow or ash, and then these are the settlement, and the also you can see these are the buildings, these red areas, these are the buildings and roads. So these are affected, how it is affected, and this kind of products we immediately after the disaster we produce and share with these Indonesian government agencies. This is in March. There's a big flood in Thailand, Yala province. So you can see this affected area and also some of the infrastructures in those locations. And I just add one slide. This is this week, big flood happening in Pakistan. And this Sentinel was activated. And you can see this blue areas are flooded area. This is the river. This light blue are the permanent water bodies along the river. And this oval shapes, these are the settlements which are affected by flood actually. So this is also, we are working with Provincial Disaster Management Authority of Pakistan. And these are the things we do very quickly. Once we get the data, within 24 hours, we produce this kind of map and provide to the governments. So this is about the satellite data, how we are using, but also there's a big earthquake in Indonesia, in Sulawesi province in 2018. And we use some of these very novel techniques to see how this infrastructure has been affected and the stability was, how they're stable or not. So basically, we are using SAR interferometry techniques for this one. And say there is a satellite pass and there's no change, so we don't see anything in the image. So pass number 2, nothing changed, so there's nothing to see. But then, if the earthquake happened, then suppose this area has gone down, then you can this red one, so that is a change happened. This can be measured. And this phase, shift in phase can be measured, and you'll be surprised that this can be measured in millimeters. Although the satellite is around 800 kilometers up, but this millimetric level measurement can be done now. This is possible. And this is we are doing in Sulawesi under Asian Development Bank funding. And you see, this is the before the earthquake. So satellite is passing, but we cannot see any changes, as I mentioned in my previous explanation. But when earthquake happened, there's a fault line here. This is Palu city, and this is a fault line. And you can see that this red area was going down. I mean, we are, this is all free data, Sentinel-1 data from the European Space Agency. Every 15 days, you can see how much millimeters. So we look at after the earthquake, and we can see that this area has gone down up to 15 millimeter per year in the that year after when earthquake happened, and then this area has gone up towards the 15 millimeter, whereas the green area is stable. Nothing much changed in there. And then also we look at this along the fault, and you can see these are the buildings. These red buildings are going down, green are stable, while this yellow one is little bit changed. They're medium level. So, of course, when you go to this kind of local level, there are existing ground conditions and other things matters. But nonetheless, we can still see what are the buildings really not really stable in this area. So this is by the SAR interferometry technique. And this can be also useful for landslide movement or some of the slow movement or subsidence of cities because of exploitation of groundwater, like Bangkok had a lot of problem earlier. But still some of the problems I have seen in Indonesia, some of the countries like Semarang and many cities are going down because of or exploitation of groundwater and many other factors. So this kind of changes can be used, can be detected with this technology very well now. And also, as I said, free data on the data processing matters. So it can be done anywhere in the world, actually. And second is this, we also look at these very high resolution satellite data. Maxar satellite, the company, they have providing this world view. And you can see many of these current height in Ukraine also, all this same satellite is being used. So we see before earthquake, you see the left side T0, this is the situation. After earthquake, this damaged or destroyed, and also after some time it is repaired. So you can see this kind of legends. Green one is repaired, a yellow one is abandoned, red one is demolished, blue one is new, like that. So every grade, you can see here 75 buildings has been identified within this category. Here 93, where tsunami actually affected. This area is also affected by tsunami. So this kind of damage assessment or changes or abandon, this is now is possible with this 30 centimeter satellite data. Then also you can see, we also look at the irrigation, the large irrigation canals which were destroyed, like this red area is destroyed. This blue or yellow is damaged, blue is no damage, kind of thing. But I think we also did some opportunity to look at the road damage at that point of time. But problem is road is, they are quickly repaired. So we could not get the sufficient satellite data to look at this. But these canals and all were, for a long time, they were not touched. So we could see. So I think that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is very interesting. I will keep question and Q&A at the end. I'd like to move forward to the next presenter.
Yeah.
The next speaker is, the presentation is entitled KMUTT Progress, Study on the Environmental Economics and Emission Reduction in Electric Vehicle. Professor, Associate Professor ᴄᴏ宜from King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi. He's a committee of the National Electric Vehicle Policy, Office of the Prime Minister of Thailand. Well, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm actually working at the King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi. I'm head of the Mobility and Vehicle Technology Research Center. Today, just to try to present what we are doing at the KMUTT, but of course I will talking about the EV policy in Thailand shortly. I'm one of the members of the National Electric Vehicle Policy Committee, which is chaired by Deputy Prime Minister. The driver of this committee, I mean, there are three key drivers. The first one, we try to promote electric vehicle to help to reduce the air pollution problem, as you know, in Thailand and in big city like Bangkok. And of course, with the country announced carbon neutrality 2050s, electric vehicle would help to reduce greenhouse gas reduction, and would be a good opportunity for Thailand to create a new, EV industry here. As you know, we are one of the top 10 of the automotive manufacturer in the world. So we like to maintain that and try to have a new industry. So they have a vision that to become a global production and supplier hub for the electric vehicle and automotive part. So during the, even with the pandemic, during last 2 years, we coming up with the several scheme to helping to promote of the EV production in Thailand. As you know, we have the EV investment scheme by the Board of Investment, BOI. At the moment, we have some of the program. If you join and try to produce the EV in next 2 years, the manufacturing can apply to get the import tax and reduce the excise tax from 8% to 2%, and even we get the user subsidy up to 150,000 baht per vehicle if your battery EV is bigger. The battery capacity of the battery is more than 30 kilowatt hours, something like that. And in terms of infrastructure, the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of the Energy already, they are planning to have the location for the public charging station. They are setting up the special electric price, for the public charging operator. For the users, for the EV user, they will get a cheaper annual vehicle registration fee. And of course, the government is implement that all the new vehicle fleet, the government fleet should be electric vehicles. Yeah. So this is what is the National EV Policy Committee try to do. And as you see, I think there's at the moment at least three companies already have official announcement with the government. One is the Great Wall Motor, one is the MG, one is Toyota, that they will plan to bring the EV by this year and they produce it in the next 2 years. And I heard that there are a few more coming too. Right. Okay. And let me update you with the some of the current EVs that in Thailand. If you look at the in 2022, at the moment, if we look at the hybrid and plug-in hybrid and battery EVs, at the moment, most of the vehicle is still, for the electrified vehicle, is the HEV, hybrid electric vehicle. And then the blue one, which is PHEV, is about 37,000 vehicles, and the battery EV is about 18,000. But if you look at the battery EV, that is what the government tried to promote it. It's increased a lot compared to during last 2 years. If you look at the 2020, we just have about just less than 6,000 vehicles, but this year, it's almost, triple into 18,000. And I heard that a lot of the, booking on the electric vehicles, the issue is that that manufacturing have is that they could not provide the car fast enough. If you are booking now, probably you would get the car in next 6 months, not in next month, but probably at least 6 months that you get the car. And even I think 2 days ago, I was with the Deputy Prime Minister to join one of the company called, they produce a vehicle called Netta, a new model. They already mentioned that they have booking over 3,000 vehicles. That is quite a lot compared to, as a new company, they are a startup company from China, and they are planning to produce this vehicle in Thailand, cooperate with PTT and Foxconn here in Thailand. So it seems that many people here in Thailand interested to buy EV more and more. Anyway, so it's coming up with the question. I mean, what actually? I mean, if the government are targeting, to have the battery EVs, production in Thailand, I think that the target by 2030, we would like to have at least 30% of total production is the battery EV. And also in terms of the market, they're looking at at least 50% of vehicle selling in 2030 should be a battery EV too. So that's quite challenging. So we're coming up with what we try to study. I mean, if you look at the current, that the previous number is how the landscape of the EV. But if you look at what the total legislation vehicle in Thailand, we have more than 40 million vehicles, more than 22 million is a motorcycle, 19 is more like a passenger and the pickup truck, and some of the bus and truck, which is not a big amount, but of course the majority is a motorcycle, car, and pickup truck here. So we look at we try to study that what will happening is what is the government policy would be affecting amount of the emission reduction in Thailand. So we study what we call the business as usual if the government doesn't do do as usual, as you know, and compare with if the government try to reach one of the target that in 2035 or the new vehicle will be a battery EV, or zero emission vehicle, and what will happening, what is the effect on the PM 2.5, that is the issue in Thailand, and also what is the effect on the CO2. And of course, another scenario that we are looking at not only the zero emission, not only the battery EV, and there's a policy that we try to move from the Euro 4 to Euro 5 and Euro 6, what will be effect on the PM 2.5 and CO2. Of course, as you can see here, this figure show that if we actually the government follow their plan as they try to implement the zero emission vehicle by 2035 and also with the to implement Euro 5 and Euro 6, we could reduce the amounts of PM 2.5 more than 50 and up to 70% for national policy scenario. And for CO2 emission, we could reduce up to more than 60% of CO2 emission. So this is what we try to study there. And of course, there will be question, and this is one of the study that we are working for the National Research Council for Thailand. And it's almost final yet. Probably I show this result now, but we try to conclude these results. And another study we did is just focusing on the electric public bus in Thailand. If we have, we are coming up with a scenario that, if all the bus changing to the CNG vehicle or if the bus changing to electric bus, right? So we have about 130,000 of the bus in Thailand, as you see in the previous slide that I try to show that. So with coming up with some of the assumption and scenario, we found that if you're using a CNG, we change all the CNG, we change all the buses into electric bus. We could compare to the CNG bus, we would reduce more than 63% of the PM 2.5, and also in the case of CO2 emission, we probably would be reducing more than 80%. This is when we calculate for this CO2 reduction, we calculate from well to wheel. That means we already calculate how much of the CO2 produced from the electricity. And but this might not, this study, I forgot to mention that it's actually under study for the UNSCAP to study the transition to electric bus in Thailand. So it's quite interesting that, if the government proceed according to the government plan, it will help a lot of us to reduce the total of PM 2.5 and the CO2 emission in Thailand. And then in terms of, and also we try to look at the cost of the ownership and the cost benefit. if we are working on, if we're changing electric bus, we talk, you see a lot of city bus that is still running with the old diesels, Euro 2 vehicles. But if you look at this kind of the cost, total cost of ownership, as we see here on the far right is the diesel bus. We coming up with more than, the cost is probably the highest one. The diesel would not be quite expensive. I mean, at the moment with even with the diesel price today, but CNG seem to be, could reduce the total cost. But when we look at electric vehicle, I mean, this one, as you can see, there's some. The difference is that the cost of the electric bus, the capital cost is much higher than the diesel and CNG buses. So that's why the total cost would be higher. But if you could reduce that cost by, if we get some kind of that's what's happening now. We reduce the cost of the electricity if you're using for the electric vehicle or electric bus from the 6 baht per kilowatt hour to 3 baht. So the cost of the electric bus would be much more sense. And of course, if you could if you can calculate and carbon tax benefit, I mean, if you try to sell the carbon into to country like in Europe, you would get the benefit, that the cost of the running electric bus will be more make sense. But if we cannot do that with, with the electric price much lower or without the carbon tax benefit, there will be the cost of that electric bus still higher than the CNG so far. Okay. And also this one, we study that, I mean, if we compare again electric bus, diesel and CNG bus, I mean, when it will be break even, so the diesel, of course, will be take, more than 18 years. I mean, and electric bus would take about 11 years, and CNG would be quicker. So this is, but this is electric bus. We are consider at the price of electricity 6 baht per kilowatt. So who are running electric bus, they will take at least more than 10 years to get break even so far. Okay, right. Okay, probably this is my last slide. So to summarize that, I mean, from our first study for the national policy scenario with focusing on the 100% of zero emission vehicle by 2035, we believe could be able to reduce PM 2.5 and CO2 emission, 58 to 61% respectively. And for the electric bus strategy scenario by 2035 again, we could reduce PM 2.5 and CO2 emission. PM 2.5 we could reduce 2.2 kiloton per year, and for CO2 about 0.7 kiloton per year. Yeah, sorry, from PM 2.5 from 2.2 we will reduce to 0.7, and for the CO2 emission we will reduce from the 48 to about 15 tons per year. Yeah, and of course the total cost of electric bus would found that to be the, I mean, lowest, I mean, to be affordable and better than it's better than the NGV if we could get the subsidy of electricity cost and also get the benefit from the carbon tax. Another thing that I should mention that the transition of the electric bus would be happening faster if the government actually try to working with the private sector on the focusing on the cost of electricity and the carbon tax. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That the result is very promising, and but at the end we can discuss about the question and the comment. The last speaker, the presentation is entitled "The Connected Autonomous Vehicle for Environmental Friendly Mobility" by Associate Professor Dr. Naksit Numbong. He's the professor at Department of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Chulalongkorn University, and also he's working at the Smart Mobility Research Center. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, waiting for my slide. Okay, so actually my title is very challenging because I'm working for the connected and autonomous vehicles research, and mostly I'm not thinking about how it's friendly to the environment, because I try to solve the problem about the traffic safety and also to give more convenience in mobility. But once I got the assignment from Dr. Pieng-Chai that that we would like to discuss about the environmental friendly. So I try to study more about how related with CAV, with the how to reduce greenhouse gas or make environmental better. And I found that I found something that it can be done from that CAV research. So my contents today is we're starting from the background and the introduction about the CAV a little bit to get along with the how is the technologies is going on, and we will look at about the use case of CAV, and after that it should be about the effect of CAV on the fuel consumption and greenhouse gas emission. Then we have some conclusion about this. So for the automotive industry, we have a trends for the next generation mobility in 4 trends. As everyone know that we have electric vehicle, we have connected vehicle, we have autonomous vehicle, and also about the new mobility service, such as ride hailing or on-demand mobility. These trends will help us to have a better living quality. Okay, and to achieve the goals, actually we need to prepare a lot. For example, we have to be ready for the technologies, we have to be ready for the infrastructure, we have to be ready for the policy and legislation, regulations, and also the last one, but very important thing, is about the user acceptance and so business models. As our Bangkok governor Thachat said today that technology is driven, maybe not the last answer, but we have to think about the people who use the technologies. So in the case of autonomous vehicles, we have the level of automation that classified by SAE International from level 0 to level 5. And today we have ready in the market for the levels 2 up to 2 in Thailand. Actually, we can have many functions from that for the ADAS or advanced driver assistance system that can save life or help us to drive more comfort. And more comfort, for example, when you use adaptive cruise control, it can help you to reduce fuel consumption as well, because when you drive by yourself, sometimes you change the speed a little bit, or sometimes change a lot. But with adaptive cruise control, it can help you to drive smoother for the speed control, and that can help to reduce the fuel consumption. That's one example of the technologies that are ready today. But for the next wave, that is the level 3 up to 5, this is a high automation levels. And this will be different from level 3 to 5 is that for level 3, it can drive automatically in some specific area. For example, for level 3, mainly we decide to use it in the highway. But for after that, level 4 and 5 can be used in urban area in any places for level 5. And to do that, we need to have supported by the infrastructure to operate level 3 up to 5. But some technology from, for example, today we have our speaker from Korea that we compare between Tesla and Google Waymo. Tesla doesn't need much for infrastructure, but we can see that there are some accidents occur. But for the Google Waymo, they have much more preparation in terms of infrastructure. That means the high digital map. So we need that for level 3 to 5 to be ready. And also the infrastructure like street signage has to be standardized for our autonomous vehicle as well. And in the autonomous vehicles, we have many systems. For example, the perception is like your eyes, your ears, that you can know about the environment around you. And second one is the localization. It's about how to locate yourself in the map or how to know that where you are. And then we can do the third one, planning. We can plan in many layers, like from A to B, which road will you go, and during the ways that you drive, which lane, or how to control the speed, how to control the steerings, where to change the lane, where to corner your car. It's about the planning. And then to control is to control the car from the target from the planning system. Okay, and then you also need the communication to communicate your car with others, not only the car, but infrastructure as well. And then we still have a human in the car, so we still need to have a human-machine interface system. And from the normal car to be the autonomous vehicle, you need to install many devices such as sensors, actuators, and also the processing unit. This is an example from the Waymo, that's from the Jaguar IPH. Actually, they have a factory in Detroit to convert the normal car to be autonomous vehicles and use. And for the use case for autonomous vehicles, we have to think about what we are transporting and who own the vehicles and where we use those vehicles, and what technology we are using. And the last one is what type of vehicle we are using. For example, if I think about the first one, the autonomous shuttle pod, we are transporting people. And who own the vehicle, maybe the companies own these vehicles and use as a service for people. And then where to use it. Mostly for this kind of vehicle right now, they use it in the limited area for the low speed. For example, in the predefined route, in residential area, in the campus, and so on. And what kind of technique they use? This one, mostly they use level 3 up to 4 for the autonomous level. And this is a new kind of vehicle because we don't have this kind of type of vehicle before. So it's specially designed for this service. Same as the second one, that is for the deliveries. Okay, so from this, we can have many use cases. Like we can use the autonomous vehicle for spatial area, like in the airport, in the port, in the park, or factory area. We can have it for using serving for our community in the residential areas or district areas. We can have the truck platooning or the bus in the highways, or we can have for private use or robo-taxi. That's why you can have door-to-door system like for the robot delivery system or the autonomous wheelchair. So this use case needs different technology. Sometimes we have the common one, but sometimes it's a different one. And the people who use it may be different. From the studies, we found that some of the use cases can start first. For example, the one that not much concerned with people or the public road. Especially in Thailand, we don't have the law for this. So for the specific area, low speed will be more priority that we can start first. Okay, let's go to the connected technologies. For connected technologies, we're talking about connectivity between vehicle to everything or V2X. For example, vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to pedestrian, vehicle to network, Or if we go more about EV, we can have vehicle to grid, vehicle to home. That's about the communication between vehicle with many things around that. And it has a big ecosystem because you have an ecosystem that consists of the vehicles, the infrastructures, the fleet management, users, telecom operators, and so on. And nowadays, 5G play major roles for that because it has a very low, ultra low latency. It has a high bandwidth and high throughput. That's good for using in the vehicles and their ecosystem because we have more data to be transmitted when you have more advanced in the vehicle intelligence systems. And for 5G C-V2X, they have some study that they will use for safety as well. For example, for the basic safety, like you can communicate and then you just warn other cars about the risk of accidents. Or you can enhance the safety. It's like the sensor of the car has some limitation of range that it can detect. But if you can extend your monitoring by using some other sensor in other cars or the infrastructure, and you can share information, you can enhance the safety. Okay, and in the advanced safety, you can have something like the application that can solve not only the safety problem, but also solve for the traffic jams. Like you can have a higher throughput, or when you can cooperate control of the vehicles on the highway together, you can manage the throughput and also reduce the trend of the traffic jams. Or you can have like the bird eye views in the intersection because you can have a sensor that can share information together with the cars coming to the intersections. And right now, for the technology of communications, is ready for the advanced safety already, for the technology. And actually, they have their plan for that, from the 3GPP, the third generation partnership project. They have some plan for using the C-V2X application in the vehicle, mostly for the safety drivings. Okay, I will not go much in details, but some they plan to have a standalone or with a network, or standalone or network, or standalone with network. Actually, not standalone, but it's direct communication between vehicle and vehicles, or vehicle with the network. And also they have the millimeter wave application for V2X as well. The millimeter wave means that the frequency of the 5G is higher than the normal that we use, but it comes with the shorter range for the base station. Okay, so mainly they plan to use this, for example, at the intersection, like they have the smart pole, and then it can broadcast data interchange between vehicles around that area. For example, for the HD map, for the sensor exchange data, and so on. So this one can also help to make our mobility safer in intersection, especially when there is no signal. And I give you some example of the use case. This one is done by Subaru and SoftBank. This one is for the merging between lane. Okay, the blue one is the autonomous vehicles. This one we integrate between autonomous vehicle with the connected technology. The server get data from several cars in the highway system, and it can predict that there will be the collision occur or not from the movement of autonomous vehicle and the other vehicles on the road when we have a merging like this. Then it can send a warning or the deceleration command to the autonomous vehicle, the blue one, to slow down or to cut into the main road. Depends on the prediction of the systems. So this one actually would like to solve about the problem of the safety when you have the merging. But actually, we can think that this also can help to solve the problem about the traffic flow as well, because if you have, in the second one, they have the merging. When the blue one autonomous vehicle comes, they can send the signal to the car on the road that this vehicle would like to merge. And if they have the entry permission, they can merge. And it can make smoother in terms of automatic control between vehicle-to-vehicle communication. And it can also solve problem about the vehicle traffic flow. The second one that I would like to show is about the platooning. Platooning is the system that can help to reduce a lot of energy consumption and also the greenhouse gas emission. When you compare with the manual driving, you have to drive very far away. In case of braking, you need to have a distance for your perception, your reaction, and the brake lag in the system of the car. Once you install some sensor, for example, radar, the radar is a device that can detect the truck in front of you, and then you can know about the distance and the speed. Then you can decide that you need to brake or not. But you need to have a space, because you need to have a space for the radar itself to detect, and also the space for the brake rack. And then it's come to the closest possible one is by using the platooning that use the communication between the car. You can know the state of the car in front of you from the communication, and you don't need to use the sensor anymore, so you can drive closer to other cars. It's like you go together like a convoy. And this can help to reduce the energy consumption, because when you drive close to other car, the front of the car will get all the drag force, but you will get the less because the wind will flow over your cars. And the gap is like 1 or 2 meters, that very close for the big truck like this. And mostly the first truck will drive manually, and the followers will be drive in autonomous driving mode that can control in longitudinal and lateral. So even you go to the curb, it can follow. And an important thing is that you have the V2V communication between vehicles. And from some studies said that the first vehicle can have like 5% fuel saving, while the other can have 10% fuel savings. And for CO2 emission, it can be up to 60% for the tailored vehicles that can reduce. Okay, next, after we talk some of the use case, actually, when we think about the eco-friendly for the CAV, we need to think about the life cycle access of the CAV. When you have the new technology like CAV, you need to put devices on top of the vehicles, even this is ICE or EV. And you can see that from this chart, it shows you about the list of the devices that we install. For example, we have computer, we have many sensors, we have even the structure to equip the sensor. And on the left, it shows you about the weight that added into your vehicles. Okay, and also about the power that you need. But the left column is for weight. You can see that the weights much more come to the computers and the structure of the sensor. But for the power consumption, a lot is come to the computer system. And when in terms of CO2 emission, you can see from the pie chart that computer also the main one that is the cause of the CO2 emission in the CAV, more than 40%. So there are some study from University of Michigan. They try to compare between the battery electric vehicle platform for the CO2 emission in the life cycle assessment with only the CAV subsystem and then the car that equipped with the subsystem. And we have to think about the merit or advantage that we use CAV. How can do we get some reduction of CO2 or not? Actually, this comes from the use case that I explained before, like, for example, for the cooperative adaptive cruise control or the platooning. And from the studies found that for the CAV subsystem itself, they add some CO2 emission, but they get some reduction from the usage of the CAV. And then totally, we still have some reduction of CO2 emission. Okay, so this one I think is more easier to understand. So the red one is what we have to pay when we have CAV system in the car. But the green one, what we get is the reduction from the application of CAV. And they found that the reduction from the use case of CAV is still much more than what we had to pay for the device and the processing unit in the car. And what we need to do is we have to like reducing the red one and expanding the green one more, that we can have more benefit in using the CAV to reduce our greenhouse gas emission. And they believe that from the study that the net benefit is about 10%. Maybe not promising, but I think in the future they can expand more in the percentage of this. And how to do that, I think the main one will come to the processing unit. This is the data that is compared between the level 2 to level 5 autonomous vehicle. They have from 2 trillion of operation per second up to more than 4,000 trillion of operation per second. And it needs a lot of watt or power consumption. They believe that for the level 4 and 5, they need like 100 to 1,000 watt for the processing unit with the sensor. And the new approach is that now autonomous vehicle mostly they use before they use CPU, the control processing unit, and then move to GPU, graphic processing unit. GPU is good when we would like to learn about using the AI to learn for the models. But once we have the model that's ready and you use in FPGA or field programmable gate arrays, it is a lot more efficient and consume less in energy. And the next one will be the chip that's called ASICs, or application-specific integrated circuit. This one will be designed especially for using in the autonomous vehicle with the AI application, and this can have better efficiency of energy consumption. So it's come to my conclusions. First, CAV is good for saving life or have a better quality of life when we use our car, but it comes with the energy consumption. And because of the power consumption of the devices, weight and drag. But we can reduce it, okay, by using some new generation of processing unit, or we can design the sensor that more integrated to the body of the vehicles to reduce drag. And also we can have more benefit from using CAV if we can use it in the, for example, to reduce energy consumption, like we use in eco-driving, platooning, intersection connectivities, or cooperative adaptive cruise control, and also cooperative highway merging system control. Another thing that I forgot to mention, I say shortly, is that for the navigation system, we use connectivities. Actually, you can navigate for the fastest route or the more convenient route, but actually you can do it for the eco-drive route as well. This one can be used if you have connectivities, like you can have like the model for the energy consumption in the traffic, and also you can know about the real-time traffic conditions with your car condition. You can use it to navigate for the eco-drive as well. And one other thing is that to reduce the consumption of energy from the processing unit, another approach is that we reduce the workload for the processing unit by give it more to the cloud and do something on the cloud. It's like edge computing. It also can use, but with edge computing, we need 5G communication to use together. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful presentation. According to time constraint, I would like to end the session and return the session back to the moderator. And I'd like to all the audience to thank all the outstanding speaker and for their very interesting and well, we learned so much from their research result and also the from their point of view present to us today. Thank you very much for all the speakers.
Thank you so much, Professor Pongklit and all of the speakers. So I would like to invite Mr. ᴄᴏ宜꫰ to present the token of appreciation for all speakers and moderator. Mr. ᴄᴏ宜, please. Okay, we will start with Dr. Pun, please. Next, Dr. Yosapong, please. Thank you. Dr. Naksik, please. Thank you. And finally, Professor Pongklit, please. Thank you. So, shall we have a group photo together? Thank you.
Thank you for the distinguished speaker and the moderator. And dear participants, this is time for break, but we quite have running off time. I would like to invite you to get some coffee break and can sit here in the room while we making progress on the conference. Will be the next last session for today.
So we will continue the last session. The last session will talk about reimagining road safety. So we have about 5 speakers. So firstly, we would like to invite, who will be the first speaker?
Yeah, first speaker will be Professor Dr. Satoru Kobayakawa from IAS member, Nihon University, Japan.
Could you please proceed to the stage, please? Thank you.